So good morning and welcome to day 3 of the track and field events here at the Olympic Park here in Sydney. With 800 metres on at the moment. 10-year-old boys, this is just the section 1 of the finals. Toby Hiskins from Victoria, Mason Grace from South Australia, Patrick Reed from Queensland, Orlando and Hughes from South Australia, Channing Taylor from New South Wales, Henry Greenfield Parker from New South Wales, Ryan Pello from Victoria and Banjo Kane from Victoria. So as there's a number of Victorians, New South Welshmen and Queensland in there, we don't have any numbers on them, so I'm not too sure who's in front. So I'll leave you with the pictures as we give you the results after this race.
Patrick!
1. So the girls, 10-year-old, 800 metres. Taylor Patterson from South Australia, Vivian Frederick from Victoria, Giselle Bacara from New South Wales, Eve Potter from Victoria, Molly Curry from New South Wales, Josephine Hahn from New South Wales, Mia Parker from Queensland and Violet Richardson from Queensland. They are under starters' orders. 11-year-old boys, 800 metres. Antonia Stamatis from Victoria. Judah Margery from Queensland. Riley Jordan from Queensland. James Hall from Victoria. Reed Martinez from New South Wales. Kobe Short from New South Wales. Archie Galvin from New South Wales. And Marcus Sidideris from Victoria. The record time for this is 2:10.66, set back in 2012, so it's a 12-year-old record. See how they go.
An outstanding run from James Hall for Victoria. Boys, 11-year-old, 800 metre. An outstanding effort as we now move to event 28, the girls' 11-year-olds, 800 metre division. No runner out of lane 1, Emma DeHaas. In lane 2, lane 3, Alice Abrahams. Lane 4, Harper Dixon. Lane 5, Brooklyn McWilliams. Lane 6, Jemima Pun. Lane 7, Jenna Hayden. Lane 8, Liliana Titley, and lane 9, Ruby Greenhill. So rain still floating around here today at Sydney, and thank you to John as well for his work so far this morning. Very humid conditions also, so that could become a little bit of a factor toward the back end of these races. Already activating all the cardio systems at this 800 metre level. The record sitting only for a couple of years now. One of the more recent ones that has been broken. Back in 2022, Sophie Hall in a time of 2:14.77. They're off and running now. Good start made from DeHaas on that inside lane. Also Jemima Pum looking pretty good out of lane 6. And Jenna Hayden now starts to head towards the front as well. She's just poked her nose in front, but Harper Dixon coming back strongly for the ACT. And Brooklyn McWilliams now poking her nose in front. So it's pretty tight at the front there between Dixon, McWilliams, Punn and Hayden. But McWilliams with the early advantage here. Harper Dixon just falling back a touch now as Jenna Hayden hops up into second. And Punn back in at fourth. So that's the early pack that's established themselves here as they come around the final turn on lap 1. Still a fair way to go, and we've seen McWilliams throughout this competition in a number of disciplines. Very, very strong. She begins to pull away now. So about 5 metres the gap between McWilliams and Hayden. Punn has dropped up into third, overtaking Harper Dixon. It's doing a darndest to try and stick with the pack as McWilliams pulls further away. Now the gap between first and second, around about 7 metres. Hayden responds. She starts to put the foot down. Punn also picking up the pace. Dixon beginning to fall back just a touch into fourth. Spacing is picking up between our front runners here. McWilliams trying to get away, but Hayden has put on the afterburners. And even with the increase in speed, both Hayden and Punn have pretty much kept the same distance. Dixon well and truly trailing off now, though. But it is McWilliams still out in front. Rounding the turn into the back end of Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. One final bend to navigate. Punn starts to set loose. So too does Hayden. McWilliams, has she got enough in the take? She's got a sizable advantage at the moment. It comes down to the home straight. She's got about 10 metres on Hayden, who now starts to set sail. I think she's left it a bit too late, though. McWilliams still looking very strong. Less than 50 to go. What an outstanding run from McWilliams. She went early. She had enough in the tank and will cross in 2:19.68, just 5 seconds away from the record, followed by Hayden, then Punn, and then Dixon. And it really hasn't changed too much from the very beginning. Abraham's crossing now. Greenhill, followed by DeHaas, and then wrapped up with Liliana Titley. But an outstanding run from Brooklyn McWilliams. And is gold for her. Our next race will take place in about 4 minutes at 10:20. That will be the boys' 12-year-old division, 800 metres. Take a very short break here in terms of commentary on School Sport Australia TV. Thanks to Strutties. It's part of the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Boys have popped out now for the 12-year-old division 800-metre Section 1 finals. Field as follows. No runner out of lane 1. It's Charlie Camilleri in 2, Jake Reed 3, Matthew Faulkner in the 4. 5 is Dylan Reed. Lane 6, Frederick Quilty. Lane 7, Jake Roberts. Lane 8, Jake Burt. And lane 9, Lockie Frolich. Now this is a tough one to call. They've all been very, very tight in their performances. We've got a false start here. The 2 quickest in terms of the preliminary results. Jake Roberts, 2:11.02, and then less than a second behind him, Frederick Quilty from Victoria, 2:11.8. And Dylan Reid also only around about a second behind that mark from Queensland, 2:12.7. So it's a very tight field. The gap more generally between the quickest qualifier and the slowest, if you will, less than 5 seconds. So this should be very tight. See there on the replay, getting away a little bit too early there. This time, no mistakes though. Off they go. Good start made here from Faulkner, who begins to push up and overtakes Dylan Reid. And then Jake Roberts, a little bit wider still. He leads to begin with. Just trailing behind him is Frederick Quilty. So those two had the fastest qualifying times. We've seen throughout the last couple of days, Roberts likes to get away quite quickly and try and set the tone. And he's doing exactly that here. So in front of Quilty by a couple of metres, but Quilty now closes the gap just a touch. And they've pulled away from Jake Burt, who's currently in at third. Faulkner still thereabouts in fourth, being pressured as well by Lockie Frolich. Dylan Reid also hovering around that mark. Charlie Camilleri in about sixth at the moment, but Roberts still leading, followed by Quilty. And then Jake Burt. It's a very tight field with the first lap about to be completed. The bell rings and they cross at 1:03.87. Quilty overtaking Roberts. Burt still holding firm in third. Faulkner hasn't really let them get too far away. He's still back in fourth, but now is when he needs to make that move. He can't wait till later in the piece because Quilty and Roberts have enormous amounts of energy reserves. Quilty still in front here. He's keeping the pace as it stands. Roberts certainly can apply the jets when need be, though. So maybe this is just a concerted approach from him. Burt's also managed to keep up with the front pack. And now the gap between himself and Faulkner back and forth is quite large. Reid still chasing as well. And now a move being made by Charlie Camilleri up into fourth as they round the final turn here. It's still Quilty in front. Roberts now starts to respond, but Quilty finds an extra gear and pulls away. It's going to be gold for Quilty inside the final 50 metres and only picking up steam. What a run from Frederick Quilty. Goodness me, 2:06.1, nearly a record. Roberts in there for second, and Camilleri was coming home with a wet sail. He might have done enough to get Burt here right on the line. It was very tight. We'll take a closer look at the replay, but geez, that was exceptional from Quilty, especially in the final quarter of that race. The record 2:04.33 set 2 years ago by Tate Van Camp from Queensland, and it was under duress. Terrific run from Frederick Quilty. Here he is again, just takes off with about 70 to go. And look at him extend this margin here on Jake Roberts. Our cameraman will struggle to get them both in frame there as a result. That's the speed of Quilty, crossing in 2:06. Then Roberts. And he just pulls up short here, Burt, but yeah, he still does enough. Camilleri was coming very quickly, has a little look over the shoulder. Perhaps didn't realise it was going to be quite so tight. And those results coming up now for the girls under 11s, 800 metres. Of course, Brooklyn McWilliams winning that one, 2:19.67. Jenna Hayden confirmed for silver. Jemima Punn for bronze, followed by Dixon, Abrahams, Greenhill, DeHaas and Titley. Pretty good times all round. 14 seconds the split from first to last. As now event 30, the girls 12-year-old division 800 metre final. The field making their way onto the track now. The record set back in 2006 by Jenny Blundell with a time of 2:11.16. They line up as follows with no runner out of lane one. It's Eva Flint in lane 2 from South Australia. Addie Taylor from lane 3. Alice Little-Kirkwood from lane 4. Ellie Eckstein from lane 5. Ayla Moon in lane 6. Elsie Hamilton from lane 7, Ella Plummer from lane 8, and Eva Harrington Downey from lane 9. Fastest preliminary time set by Ayla Moon with a time of 2:16.21, but just to indicate how close this field is, there's less than a second from first to last in terms of those qualifying times. So 2:17.64. That was quote-unquote the slowest. And 2:16.21 the quickest. So it's just outside of a second. You can expect a very tight field here. Off and running now. It's a good start made from Plummer out of lane 8. She got away quite quickly. So too did Elsie Hamilton. Plummer, however, still looking in a plumb position, if you will. And now Hamilton also responding. Good push up from Annie Taylor, though, who's taking a lead momentarily, but now Eckstein and Moon both starting to push towards the front. Now set the early pace here. That's a very quick pace established already in this one. But Taylor, Eckstein and Moon, all thereabouts, and then just behind them, that's Little Kirkwood for the ACT. Eva Flint back there in 5th, but now Ella Plummer coming for her and overtakes. I mentioned it would be tight, but this is a very congested field. You could throw a blanket over them at the moment. So Moon neck and neck here with Eckstein. Good response here from Elsie Hamilton. Little Kirkwood has dropped back a touch. So it is the two Queenslanders leading. The bell is rung at 1:05.18. Very quick first lap. Only about a second and a half slower than the boys that we just saw. But still Moon and Eckstein, who have been setting the pace from the outset, leading here by about 2 or 3 metres. Hamilton just behind. Little Kirkwood has dropped back into around about 6th or 7th. Addie Taylor, who is also looking pretty strong to start with, has just dropped off a touch, and now Ella Plummer has risen to the occasion. She's up into 4th and applying the pressure here on Hamilton. But still Eckstein and Moon out in front as now Moon starts to make the move, begins to push away. Oh, here comes a good charge, though, from Elsie Hamilton, who momentarily takes the lead around the final bend. And now she's going to set the tone. Plummer also coming pretty strongly, though. Plummer puts the foot down. She's got a long stride. She's got the momentum as well. She's coming in front of Hamilton. Plummer's going to take this one. She's timed it to perfection inside the final 20. What a great last lap from Plummer. Hamilton, though, hats off to her. What a run as well. Eckstein in at 3rd. And Ayla Moon, who led for the majority of it and also had the quickest qualifying time, she'll miss out. As now Harrington Downey gets across the line. But a brilliantly timed run from Ella Plummer. And Elsie Hamilton also turned on the switch at just about the right time. Terrific run for both Hamilton and Plummer. Just seeing there, Moon almost caught by surprise by the change of pace from those front 3 there with Eckstein as well. But Plummer has that wonderful long stride, used it to full advantage and crosses the line first with gold around her neck. So terrific run from Ella Plummer. Elsie Hamilton in at 2nd. There's the official times popping up, 2:12.55. Geez, it's only just outside of record time, 2:11.16. So just over a second away from that record that has stood for nearly 20 years, set by Jenny Blundell back in 2006. But it's Plummer in 2:12.55, Hamilton 2:12.97, and Eckstein 2:13.89. That's gold, silver and bronze, followed by Moon, Little Kirkwood, and the rest of the field pushing through. So seeing some of our previous recipients. Some great performances across the board already to start this morning.
James Hall from Victoria.
James Hall, of course, taking out that 800 metre a little earlier today. Great result for James from Victoria. Was the fastest qualifier for the 11-year-old boys 800 metres. The time of 2:14.21, but to follow it up in the final, of course, a massive effort. So that concludes the 800 metre events here at the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships on School Sport Australia TV, brought to you by Sports Filming Solutions. Up next, we are waiting for the commencement of the 200 metres. I think we might have a bit of a break now. That's due to commence at 11 o'clock, so might be a good time to grab yourself a cup of tea. Quick shout out to our major sponsor, Struddies, as well. But event 13, the boys under 10s 200 metre, that is set to commence with heat 1 of 3 in the prelims at 11 o'clock. But we'll take a bit of a break now here on School Sport Australia TV. And the action due to recommence at about 11. Make sure you're there a few minutes before, just in case they get underway early. We'll take a quick break.
metres. In third place, Jake Burke from Tasmania. In second place, Jake Roberts from Queensland. And in first place, Frederick Quilty from Victoria. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the medal styles. The results for the girls, 12s, 800 metres. In third place, Ellie Eckstein from Queensland. In second place, Elsie Hamilton from the ACT. And in first place, Ella Plummer from New South Wales. Congratulations, girls. Hello ladies and gentlemen, just want to actually publicise the fact that our New South Wales public schools have the fabulous School Spectacular on today at 1 p.m. at the Kudos Arena just down the road from the Athletics Centre. It's showcasing singers, dancers, musicians and many more from across the state. From our public school system, a truly spectacular show. There are a few seats that are still available via Ticketex, so if anyone would like to attend, please go online. It's just Definitely there. Very good event.
Welcome back to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. Now moving on to event 13, the boys under 10s 200 metre. 3 preliminary heats. Our first field with runners in lanes 2 through to 6, 1, 7 and 8 unoccupied. It's Andaman Whitten, Patrick O'Rourke, Ricky Spiropoulos, who's already had a very successful campaign across various distances, Samuel Richards and Jordan Romanelli. No surprise coming into this one, Spiropoulos with the fastest seed time as well, 27.08. So more than a second quicker than his next closest competitors in the form of Romanelli and Whitten. And both Richards and O'Rourke in this one up towards that 30-second mark. 27.08 for Spiropoulos. Now he's running out of lane 4. And you can see him there in between the 2 South Australia athletes in the red strip. Whitten on that inside lane for Queensland, on the mark now. Racing, good start made across the board, and Spiropoulos straight away getting into his stride and overtaking on the outside. Richards left in the dust. Spiropoulos really going quickly. He'll come around this bend well and truly in front and setting the tone here. Ruki Spiropoulos, there's no silverware up for grabs in this one, but he is going to set a massive statement into the final. It's very quick here from Spiropoulos. It's 26.23, which is only 0.2 of a second from the record that was set last year by Lockie Chappell. Now, we will get to see Lachlan Chappell in a bit of time. He'll be in the under 11s, but Spiropoulos with a massive stint here in the first preliminary for the under 10s in the 200 metre. That was very quick stuff from him. And at Whitten and Romanelli not looking too bad either. You can see coming around the outside there, that's Jordan Romanelli in at second. Looks like Whitten holds on for third here. Good pressure though as well from Patrick O'Rourke. There will be Spiropoulos, Romanelli, and then coming in at third, Whitten. So
the most popular event after the...
pretty accurate in terms of the seed times. Romanelli was third fastest, Whitten second fastest coming into this one. Spiropoulos though had a massive advantage on the pair of them. And is very quick leading into the final itself. So Spiropoulos, keep an eye on him. He could well be eclipsing that record set just last year by Lockie Chappell, 26.03. So we now move on to heat 2 of 3. Once more, lanes 2 through to 7. The extra runner this time though. Lane 2, Diego Ryan. 3 is Albert Mallet. 4, Harry Gray. 5, Lockie Cooper. 6, Brendan Bova. And 7, Ben Wood. There's a false start here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. So they'll come back onto the blocks now. Coming into this one, the fastest qualifier, Albert Mallet. Of course, it was a very strong performance from the under-10 boys in the 100-metre relay for New South Wales. Spiropoulos and Mallet both a part of that squad. Back up onto the blocks they go now. Heat 2 of 3 in the prelim. Spiropoulos has set the tone so far, 26.23, the quickest time. No mistakes this time around, so off and running. So no Brendan Bova, he's a scratching from this one, but Cooper looking pretty good as it stands, and now Albert Mallet taking off around this bend. He's in front, bit of pressure coming from Ryan though. He's not going to have it all his own way here. Mallet in front by about 2 or 3 metres, but Ryan's pushing really hard. Mallet should take it. A late stint here as well from Ryan, but it is taken out by Albert Mallet, 27.28, so it's a bit quicker than his seed time of 27.95, and Diego Ryan really pushing hard into second as well. Hoping that Mallet is all right here. And then he simply hit the deck out of a bit of exhaustion as opposed to some sort of injury. Here it is again on the replay. Really good performance too from Diego Ryan, who was more than half a second slower in terms of the seed time, but well and truly breathing down the neck here of Albert Mallet. And then Lockie Cooper coming in at third for Victoria. I believe it is the top two from each prelim going through here, followed by the next two fastest times. For a final field of 8 it should be. We now move to heat 3 of 3. So no runners out of lanes 1 and 8, 2 through 7 occupied. Ryder Pareso from Victoria in lane 2. Jack Harris out of lane 3 from Tasmania. Lincoln Melper from the Australian Capital Territory in lane 4. Patrick Driscoll from Queensland in lane 5. Hudson McGregor from New South Wales in lane 6. And Hugh Wass from lane 7 representing Tasmania. McGregor far and away the quickest qualifier in this one, 27.21. So only Ricky Spiropoulos faster in terms of the seed time. He's recorded 26.23 in winning his heat. 27.28 from Mallet, just recorded. So still the seed time here for Hudson McGregor. The second quickest in terms of qualifying and also that we've seen so far today. Onto the blocks they go now. Racing, good start made especially from Lincoln Melper, who got out very quickly, but now Hudson McGregor hits his stride and starts to pull away as quickly as you like. It's McGregor in at first. Still thereabouts is Jack Harris and Lincoln Melper, and then Ryder Pareso making a really good fist of things from that inside lane for Victoria. He's applying pressure here on McGregor, who's pulled up a touch early, and McGregor might even let Pareso take this one. I think there was a bit more on the tank there for McGregor, but he just eased up a touch early, knowing that his spot in the final was secured. But a really good finish there from Ryder Pareso as well. Time 27.28, so he's actually slashed 2 seconds off his seed time here, Ryder Pareso. Really good run. Replay coming up now. McGregor out in front. You can just see him ease a touch here. Had a little look at Pareso. Also clicks into gear a touch more too, so not wanting to get too far away from things. See it right here on the line. Oh, geez, that's close to a dead heat. I still think Pareso gets him. And then in at third is Patrick Driscoll. So in theory, that final field should look like Spiropoulos, Romanelli, Mallet, Ryan, McGregor, Pareso, and then the next two fastest qualifiers. Here it is again. We'll slow it right down for you. Great coverage here from Sports Filming Solutions. It's going to be right on the line. Oh, it might actually be McGregor, so he still did enough. Geez, he's timed that to perfection there, Hudson McGregor. And there it is, popping up now. So it's 0.01 of a second between Hudson McGregor and Ryder Pareso. Talk about timing it to perfection. We now move on to event 14, the girls 10-year-olds division, 200 metres. The record set by Chelsea Scollier from Tasmania back in 2016. 2 heats here. Heat 1, quite a full field. Lanes 2 through to 9 occupied, so 8 runners. Dow, Pate, Lamprey, Thomas, Cool, Niam Runda, Dicker and Bonacurso. And far and away the quickest time set here by Harlow Pate. Now, just for some reference point here, she's actually set a faster qualifying time than any of the boys so far, including Ricky Spiropoulos. She's run 26.97. So very, very quick. If she runs thereabouts, she will threaten the record that's sat for 8 years so far. So keep a close eye on lane 3 for New South Wales, Harlow Pate. Around about 3 seconds quicker than the next closest, which is Kiana Dow and Savannah Cool. So they're both in the 29-second range. Every other runner here in excess of 30 seconds. But lane 3, that's where we're watching in those fluorescent pink boots with the high blue socks. set. To recalibrate things here a touch. Back up onto the blocks they go now. Queensland runners utilising starting blocks. That's Yana Dow and Savannah Cool. Off and running now. Good start made from Payton straight away. Look at the speed from Pate. Overtakes that inside runner in the form of Harper Lamprey and now scoots past Thomas as well. Pate out in front by a good 10 metres. This is frightening stuff. Harlow Pate down the straight. And there's a good 15-metre gap between her and the next closest. It's Savannah Cool who's pushing through. But Harlow Pate looks to set a new record, 26.37 she has. It's a new record in the heat. It sat there for 8 years by Chelsea Scollier, but Harlow Pate has laid waste to it. 26.37, that is rapid from Pate. And again, for reference, the boys, they couldn't go as quickly. Ricky Spiropoulos running in the low 27s, but Harlow Pate take nearly an extra second off it. The low 26s, 26.37. Savannah Cool then coming through in second. I think it might have been Aaliyah Thomas thereafter in at third, but Harlow Pate, good luck getting her in the final. That's a new record in the process, and she might be even quicker still. Here it is on the replay. You can just see the distance. 15 metres in front of the rest of the field. Savannah Cool in at second, but Pate, she could run an extra 20 or so. And yeah, it is Victoria that's come through in at third, just ahead of Aaliyah Thomas. So Ella Bonacurso there for Victoria. 26.39 is the official time. That is still a record though for Harlow Pate. So she's slashed nearly half a second off the previous one that's been standing for 8 years. As we now move to heat 2 of 2 here in the prelims. Hard to believe that's not the final. Field as follows: lanes 2 through to 9. Phillips, Flint, Brown, Monteith, Alessi, Peters, She and Casilius off and running now. Good start made from Brown, pushing up and overtaking work there of Monteith. Brown in front as it stands as they round this turn onto the home straight. It's Brown and then Nicole She also starting to pick up a bit of steam here. She looking to get in front, but Brown still going very strong. She and Brown neck and neck. I think Brown's got to by about a metre. She coming home very quickly though, or She right at the line. Geez, that's close to another dead heat here. And Angel Casilius out wide. She'll come across in third. This will be tight between Nicole She and Mia Brown. I think Brown might just hold on here. Nicole She, the final 20 metres was exquisite from her. Came home with a real wet sail. Brown was leading at the turn. Look at She just going here. It's going to be very tight at the line. This angle won't show us here. It's very, very tight once more. You can see Brown in front. She comes with a wet sail on this home straight at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Casilius also looking very strong. And just fading a touch toward the end. I think She might have her here. Start to hit the line. It's going to be very, very tight. She just starting to get in front. A dip. And it looks like Nicole She just gets there in front of Mia Brown, but it's going to be marginal at best, maybe 0.01 of a second. 0.04. So Nicole She, then Mia Brown and Angel Casilius, followed by Monteith, Alessi, Flint, Phillips and Peters. Though it is Harlow Pate one to beat. Imagine it might end up being an all New South Wales podium between Brown, She and Harlow Pate. So that wraps up the girls under 10s 200 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medal stars. The result for the girls 12 years discus. In third place, Abby Wright from Queensland. In second place, Ella Fanane from New South Wales. And in first place, Lillian Hodgson Forsyth. Sorry, Lily. Congratulations, girls.
Welcome back to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. We're now to event 15, the boys under 11s, 100 metres, 1 of 3 event. Record set back in 2006, 18 years ago by Alex Jallo from New South Wales, 4.43. Field for heat 1 of 3. 6 runners in total. 2 through to 7 occupying Gibson, Kane, Kamara, Bishop, Sawyer and Idji. Qualifier Geba Kamara, Queensland. He's running out of lane 4. There he is with the maroon strip, the pink shoes. Been very impressive in the 100-metre discipline so far, Geba Kamara, as part of the relay as well. To watch though, to wait until heat 3 of 3, Lachlan Chappell. So he set the record in the under-10s last year, running 26.03. He's improved on that time. His seed time coming in this heat is 25.63, but he will be in 3 of 3. This is 1 of 3. Kamara, 26.23, the fastest qualifier so far. Expecting the bulk of that competition to come from lane 3, form of Jack Kane. He ran 27.22 with the seed time. Top Gibson, too far behind him, 27.62. A little bit of a gap for both Sawyer and Idji, the medium 28s. Solomon Bishop, time recorded yet Tasmania. He's higher up on the screen there from Geba Kamara. Blocks now. Racing, good start made here. Kamara got away quite smoothly, so too did Jack Sawyer. And Kamara straight away taking off. Gets around the outside of Bishop in front. He approaches the bed now. Looking very strong here, Geba Kamara. Kane has got a bit of work to do. He's fallen behind the line here as Kamara continues to go from strength to strength. Out in front by a good 10 or so metres. Sawyer pushing hard. Now Kane starting to come back into the equation, up into third. Just fallen away at the end, but a good time here from Geba Kamara, 25.96. That improves on his seed time by about 0.3 of a second.
First place, Cody Wheeler from New South Wales.
Building nicely into the final. Jack Kane just struggled there, getting away from the blocks. Sawyer was reasonably consistent. It's a good run from him. He's best in the work of both Gibson and Kane, who had faster seed times. He found his own on this home straight with that long stride there. You can see him pushing hard there, Jack Sawyer. Tom Gibson also looking pretty strong. Kane came back quite well late in the piece. I think he still claims fourth here and not third. He might have just snuck in front, in fact. Kane leaning, or Gibson and Kane, pretty much a dead heat. The third. Oh, and it's just Jack Kane to the end by 0.01 of a second. And that could be important with the 3 heats. It's likely going to be the first 2 from each heat, followed by the next best time, but 0.01 of a second could mean the world. Certainly, Geba Kamara, Jack Sawyer should be pushing through the final itself as we now move to heat 2-3 in the preliminaries. Event 15, the boys under 11s, 200-metre distance. The runners out of lane 1 and 8, Haku. So now, Uliars, Trihela, Gilbert and Spadaro. Field. Spadaro and Tanau set to be the two quickest, and Tanau got away beautifully here and already around the outside of Huliars and in front. Pretty decent push also coming now from Pagku from that inside running lane. He's supplying a bit of pressure here on Tau now, and Spadaro starts to set sail. So it's Spadaro just in front of Tau now. Tau now has a little look. Spadaro still pushing hard. Tau now comes back very quickly. Tau now is going to claim it. Then Spadaro. And third is Pagku. Truhella pushing through in fourth. Another really good time. 25.63. Now that's the exact time that Lachlan Chapel has qualified in terms of the seed time. So if Tanau can run that once more, and it's more than a second quicker from his seed times. They're all stepping up to the task here. The under-11 boys, he will go very close to claiming gold in the final itself. So he's booked his place. Now is in there. Spadaro, really good effort from him as well in its second. And Pagku, strong work as well from him. Of course, we now move to heat 3 of 3, and Lachlan Chapel, that's the man to watch. The seed time, 25.63. That's been the quickest time anyone has run so far. It was just equaled by Tanau in that heat. Coming into this particular competition, Chapel already running 25.63 and set the record last year in the under 10s, 26.03. Record at this age group, 25.43, and it has sat for 18 years. Field here, Chapel, Whiteman out of lane 3, Taylor Alecki from lane 4, Hitson, lane 5, and Fragiacomo from lane 6. It's a smaller field. 5 runners in it, up onto the blocks now. Chapel at the bottom of your screen. Gets a pretty good start here, Lockie Chapel, and already into his stride. Overtaking Whiteman, overtaking Taylor Alecki as well. Look at the form of this young superstar. As he comes around the bend, he's in front already by a good 7 or 8 metres and continues to pick up steam. Fragiacomo into second, Taylor Alecki back in third, but Chapel by about 15 metres. Oh, what a time he's run. 24.37. It is a new record.
In second place,
we're
Bill
only
Hunter,
in the
New
heats,
South Wales.
and already he's obliterated a record that has stood for 18 years.
And in first
It's
place,
a record old enough to
Dylan
drink, and he
Clark,
might have to after that one.
New South Wales. And all
Wash away
three
the
boys-
pain for Alex
and all
Jallo.
three boys broke the record.
Lachlan Chapel with
Well
a
done,
frightening
boys.
performance. We'll get the official time coming through in just a moment, but here it is on the replay.
Congratulations, boys.
A picture of focus. Terrific form, and kept powering all the way until that finish line. He is going to be a tough man to stop in the final. Second coming through was Fragiacomo, and then Taylor Alecki in at third. But Lockie Chapel has already obliterated the previous record. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but well and truly, that is quicker than 24.43. There it is, 24.36. So he shaved 0.07 of a second off the record that has stood for 18 years, Lachlan Chapel. Everything he lends his name to succeeds with flying colours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medal stars. The results for the boys, 12 years multi-class discus. In third place, Finn Moore, New South Wales. Second place, Jeremiah Middleton, New South Wales. And in first place, Elijah Duckworth, New South Wales.
Congratulations to our medal winners there in the 12-year-old boys
And a
multi-class
record
discus.
broken by Jeremiah Middleton and Finn Moore.
Yeah, there two records broken as well, but here again is the time from Lachlan Chapel, 24.36. Really can't overstate it. That record has been in place for 18 years. Lockie Chapel, who already holds the record for the under-10s from last year with 26.03, now holds the record for the under-11s, and I dare say next year you could probably see another record fall. the name of Lachlan Chappell. It's probably a little bit too early. 2028 to start thinking Olympics. He's still very young, but 2032, you might well see Lachlan Chappell floating about in Brisbane. How good would that be on home soil? Now move to event 16, the girls under 11s, 200 metres. 3 heats in this one. Ahead of the final, field is as follows. Lanes 2 through to 7 occupied. It's Livingston, Perryman, Sergi, Gaffer, Owen and Moa. Coming into this one, quickest qualifier, Amber Livingston. She's had a wonderful tournament
Ladies
so
and
far in
gentlemen,
the
I draw your attention
100
to the medal
metres.
stars. The results for the girls' 10 years long
the relay
jump.
team.
In third place, Indiana
Fastest seed
Bar
time
from
here,
Queensland.
27.78. Not too far behind her, though, is her Queensland
In
stablemate,
second place, Sierra
Vel Moa.
Searle from New South Wales.
27.89. Here, Gaffer from
And
the
in first
ACT.
place, Millie Logan
Next
from South
quickest seed
Australia.
time, 28.01.
Congratulations, girls.
Seeing a few extra medal presentations here at the podium. Sign of the work here from Livingston and Moa. Expecting the likes of Ava Jook, Courtney Robinson, Claire Masters, Bosic, Anna Sue and Maya Tanko to all be thereabouts. Probably the early favourite would be Maya Tanko. Say about proceeding. She has the inside running lane here in heat number 1 of 3. Her own strip with blonde hair. Up onto the blocks now. Set. Little stumble there from the Perryman. Like Olivia Sergi. Had a bit of a fumble too. I'll reset. Not quite a false start though. More onto the spot. Moa and Livingston, 2 Queenslanders. They are the 2 most likely in this one, and Livingston gets away very quickly and already overtaking Perryman and Sergi. Really good start made here from Livingston. Also Javel Moa looking quite strong out wide, but Livingston in front as they round the bend into the home straight. Now Moa starts to pick up a bit of steam, trying to get in front of the work here of Gaffer, who's holding firm for second. Livingston still in front by about 5 metres. Gaffer's going to hold on for second though, ahead of Moa in at third. Good time as well. 26.98. Livingston shaving off nearly a second from that seed time. Terrific running from Amber Livingston. In at
And in
first.
first place, Finn Sabara from New South
By
Wales.
Malia Gaffer, so automatic entry into the final for those 2.
Congratulations,
Top
boys.
2 positions. Vel Moa also with a pretty strong time. Dare say she'll survive the cull. It is again on the replay. Livingston hit that bend. She was well and truly in front by 5 or so metres and managed to maintain that margin all the way to the line. Gaffer pressed pretty hard, closed up by probably around about 2 or 3 metres. Moa just in behind her. And Ollie Owen crossing in at 4th. Here's Sergi 5th, and then Perryman to close things out. So heat 1 of 3 done. Official time 26.97 for Amber Livingston. Alia Gaffer 27.36 and Vel Moa 27.59. So all sub 28 second times. Of course for Livingston, sub 27 second time. Now move to 2 of 3. It's more lanes 2 through to 7 occupied with the 6 runners. Darmanin, Jupp, Williams, Cox, Robinson, Masters and Marshall. Fastest qualifier here coming from lane 3, Ava Jupp from New South Wales, 27.76. She's there in the blue 2-piece, coming out of lane 3. Poppy Robinson from Victoria, the darker blue strip with the pink boots. The next quickest qualifying time pretty much neck and neck with Claire Masters from Tasmania, who's just on her outside. So that's what we're expecting as the top three here. Set now. Jupp got away cleanly, so too did Masters. Really nice start though from Poppy Robinson. But Jupp, have a look at her go. And overtaking Williams-Cox, and now into the lead by a significant margin as well, rounding the bend. And in front by about 6 or 7 metres, but a good late push here from Darmanin, who's hopped up into second. Now Poppy Robinson also making a move, but Darmanin with a wonderful effort here. Robinson is coming half a second. Jupp will take it, and Darmanin holds on. Well, she had the second slowest seed time, Darmanin, but that's an outstanding run from her. Well and truly besting that seed time of 29.17 up into second. Ava Jupp, though, looked likely from the get-go. Masters a little bit slow out of the blocks. Work to do for her to try and make up that ground. Here's again on the replay. Jupp really good in front. Darmanin, wonderful tilt. Back in third, Poppy Robinson. She's crossing the line first. Darmanin second, Robinson third, and then Masters in at fourth. Time 27.24. We'll get the official confirmation shortly. Yes, it has now popped up as 27.24. So Jupp also in that sub-28 category. Charlotte Darmanin should get an automatic entry into the final. That time there for Claire Masters. It's going to be a little bit too slow to make the final itself. Move on to the last heat here for the under 11 girls. A 5-runner field, 1, 2, and 8. Occupied. Lane 3, Bozic. 4 is Sportman. 5, Skalidis. 6 is Sue, and 7, Maya Tanko. And here to see Tanko take this one out from that wide lane. There in the light blue, pink ribbon, and the orange boots. Reset once more here. Sue from Queensland, just on the inside there from lane 6. Also a very quick customer. Lana Bozic running from the inside lane, lane 3. Also thereabouts. All three of those girls are running sub 28 second times. Set now. Racing, really good start from Sue, who fired out of the blocks and already puts a bit of pressure here on Maya Tanko, who needs to respond and begins to do so. She's got that wide lane, so Sue with the inside run has a slight advantage, but they approach the straight now, and it is Tanko well and truly in front by about 5 metres and only pulling away from Sue. Here comes a late charge for Bozic as well, looking to pop up into second. Sue will hold on, Tanko gets first, so Sue into second. Good time as well, 26.13, that's very quick. Well, that's less than 0.2 of a second away from eclipsing the record that has stood since 2015 by Angel Ozokwelu from Victoria. So Maya Tanko with an outstanding run there, 26.13. She'll come into the final with the fastest qualifying time. And well and truly eclipsing her seed time of 27.29. So officially it's come up as 26.12. Anna Sue for Queensland, 26.79. And Lana Bozic, that time will also certainly be quick enough to make the final, 26.95. Doubt Skalidis and Sportman will be there though. Tanko, Sue, Bozic. So it looks like Livingston and Moa. The 5 of them, Jupp and Robinson. Also pushing, and I dare say, inside of that, probably Malia Gaffer would look to then round out that top 8. So I think Javel Moa might be the cutoff in terms of those qualifying times and also positions. Moa finished 3rd, of course, in that heat, but still pretty quick. We do have the final all sewn up. Girls for 11. Now move to the boys under 12. Right, Appia with the record here, set back in 2008. The long-standing one,
16 years. 3.55. It's a very, very quick time for reference. Nobody in this first heat here running sub 25 second times. Anton Kafadar is the closest with 25.53, along with David Ekpo, 25.48. And Kafadar already has a gold medal in the 100-metre category. Performance from him. Just missing out in the relay, though. It's the last change for the ACT. A lot of work for him to do in that particular race. But let's take you through the lineup here in heat 1 of 3 for the boys under 12s 200 metre. No runners out of lanes 1 and 8. Total of 6 runners. Westcott in the 2, Sebastian Smith in 3, Cooper Harry in 4, Anton Kafadar 5, Chris Lukey in 6, David Ekpo in 7. Kafadar lane 5 for the ACC. Orange boots, yellow and blue top. It's the main one to watch here. Signed David Ekpo running from the wide lane, orange and black trim. Neck and neck with the seed times. Running through that lane, we've got Westcott, Smith, Harry, Kafadar, Lukey, Ekpo, 2-7. Runners in total, 2 for ACT. And then South Australia, Victoria and the Northern Territory also represented here. Anton Kafadar is the most likely alongside David Ekpo. Or it should be the first 2 across the line qualifying, thereafter the 2 quickest qualifying times across now 3 heats. Just a bit of a delay here, now running behind schedule. Onto the blocks they go. Stands the rain holding off here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. In neither set now. Racing, good start made from both Ekpo and Kafadar, but in particular Kafadar, who takes off and immediately gets around the work of Chris Lukey. Kafadar in front by a mile here. He's got about 10 metres on the rest, and now Lukey starts to come back pretty hard. Up into second he goes. Ekpo with work to do. He had the fastest qualifying time, but he's going to fall well short of that mark. But how about this from Anton Kafadar? 24.23, that's pretty swift. He's chopped off more than a second from his seed time. That puts him in great stead coming into the final. So Anton Kafadar only about 0.6 behind the record set 16 years ago. Here it is again on the replay. It was a really good second half of that race from Chris Lukey. Had a bit of work to do, but he hit that bend, found an extra gear, hopped up into second, and holds off the advances of both Ekpo and Gibson Westcott, who will claim third. So it's Kafadar, Lukey, Westcott, and then Ekpo. So automatic entry into the final now for Anton Kafadar and Chris Lukey. Westcott was a little bit behind that point, so he'll have to rely on times. Now we move to heat 2 of 3 in event 17, the boys under 12s 200 metre. Fastest qualifier here in terms of the seed time for lane 5 for New South Wales. That's Jack Spencer there in the pink socks and boots. Quickly running through the lane order for you. Nobody out of lanes 1 and 8. Jackson Solomon from New South Wales in lane 2. Nixon Dean from the ACT in lane 3. James Richardson from Victoria in lane 4. Jack Spencer from lane 5 for New South Wales. Lane 6, Maxim Otterhall from Tasmania. And lane 7, Mitchell Summers from New South Wales. As mentioned, Spencer, the fastest seed time. It's followed by Mitchell Summers from lane 7 and Jackson Solomon from lane 2. So all the New South Wales boys are expected to be thereabouts. Up onto the blocks now. Set. Racing, really good start made here from James Richardson and also from Jack Spencer, who now immediately starts to click through the gears. A beautiful beginning here from Jack Spencer, who's in front as he rounds the bend. He's got about 2 metres on the next closest. That's Mitchell Summers, who's pushing hard up into second. But Spencer with a full head of steam, working himself away from the rest of the field. Oh, it's going to be tight for the rest, though. All looking for nearly a photo, I think, just in time. Richardson stuck out the neck ahead of Jackson Solomon, and Summers might have just fallen off right at the death. A really good final 60 metres, though, from James Richardson up into second. Spencer will claim first. Very strong run from the beginning for him. Take a look at Richardson here. He rounds this turn. He's in at 4. Both Solomon and Summers are in front. The Jeezy finds some speed in the final 50. Richardson pushing hard, pushing hard. This is going to look terrific right on the line. And Richardson, it's that little dive there at the end that secures second for him. Just in front of Jackson Solomon, who has a little look as well. That'll mean Mitchell Summers might actually miss out overall. So we'll wait for the official times to come through. Great run from Jack Spencer. Now moving to heat 3 of 3. Once more, lanes 3 through to 7 occupied. 5 runners in it. Quickest qualifier here, Samuel Shaw, and I believe coming into seedings, he had the quickest overall seed time. Still, Cathedar has eclipsed all the seed times leading into this one. The field is Sekmani, Burgess, Shaw, Adama, and Moran, I should say. Samuel Shaw for Queensland running out of lane 5. Little stagger there from Sekmani. Back onto the blocks they go now. 3 runners with sub 26-second times here. This should be one of the quicker heats. Set. Racing, good start made there from Kadama. Shaw has a bit of work to do, but now starts to wind through the gears and closes that gap. He'll overtake coming around the bend here, but Kadama comes back hard at him and is really going to keep him honest. But Shaw now starts to set sail. He's got the wind at his back there, looking very strong. Jack is just fading a touch, but Samuel Shaw will claim this one, and Sekmani with a wonderful effort there to pop up into second, and then Kadama just fell off a touch, 25.1. It's really quick stuff here from Samuel Shaw. It's not too far away from the record, 23.55. So an excellent run from Samuel Shaw. Kadama, it looks like he just sort of, his foot off the pedal maybe a touch there. Samuel Shaw taking that one out. Rayan Sekmani running a really good time too. He'd be up there in the high 25s, having qualified in the mid 27s. There's the previous result coming through from Heat 2. Jack Spencer, 24.91. James Richardson, 25.6. Jackson Solomon there, still in the low 25s. Shaw and Rayan Sekmani truly into the final. Both in the low 25s, and Kadama also have done enough there. We've got Felix Burgess on our sheet here, but Caleb de Young has been listed in the final results there. So might be a bit of an issue. Try and get confirmation coming into the final. Happens a little later today. Is the preliminaries of event 17 done and dusted now? We now move to event 18, the girls under 12s 200-metre distance. The record set back in 2008 by Terry Ann Kane. Fielders Finlay, Crombie, DiMartino, Harrington Downey, Ward, Vincent and Derry. Good start made here. A little bit slow though from Crombie. Begins to fall behind the rest of the group. DiMartino getting into her speed as well, but Capri Vincent out in front. Now she rounds this turn and looking very strong. DiMartino is coming for her though. Vincent in front, but DiMartino is closing the gap. Vincent has to respond. DiMartino only about a metre behind now. Vincent will get across first, followed by DiMartino. And then Derry coming in for New South Wales. The time 25.61. That is quick. It's less than half a second away from the record that has stood for 16 years. Capri Vincent, great form from her. She takes out first. DiMartino from Victoria in at second. And Derry from New South Wales in at third. Quite a quick heat. Derry a little bit behind both Vincent and DiMartino, so that time might be enough. Of course, once more, the first two automatically qualifying for the final. That's not a sure thing. Derry, of course, it just depends on how quick the rest of the field is. So Derry in there with the low 26s as her qualifying time. So that's roughly the cutoff as it stands. At that 26.2 mark for Sandra Derry. Now move to heat 2 of 3 in the preliminaries. Some 27-second runners in this one. Both Ahoy and Croot. Field is as follows. Lanes 2 through to 7. Madeline Sinquin Van Senton. Ara Ahoy in 3. Haley Croot in 4. Harper Fice in 5. Summer Fomely in 6. And Estella Gunas in 7. As I mentioned, both Ahoy and Croot in the sub 27 second category. So far, Capri Vincent with the 25.61 has set the benchmark. She's the only runner across the board though. Of heats 1, 2, 3, they sub 26 second time. It's the seed time and also the time she's put on the board so far with this preliminary. We're up onto the blocks now for heat 2. Set. Racing, really good start made here from Myara Ahoy. Ahoy in front at the moment and really pushing strongly. Fomely also with a pretty decent start. Now just starts to fade a touch here. Croot getting out in front of them though. Ahoy started well, but Croot has kicked into another gear and she's in front with about 60 to go. Oh, Croot looking terrific here. She'll take this one out pretty easily in the end. Ahoy in at second. The time is 25.93, so just behind Vincent. But it is all Queensland at the moment. They took out heat 1. Now the top 2 runners here in heat 2, both from the Sunshine State. Could use a bit of sunshine here today as well. Very overcast, a little bit cool the conditions too. Fortunately, the rain holding off. But Croot and Ahoy, really strong work. I think it might have been Fomely held on for third. Bison was coming very strongly. Let's get a closer look here as they head across the line. But Croot followed by Ahoy automatically into the final. In fact, that was a really strong finish in the end from Fison, and there was a bit of an issue there for Fomely. That's why we were seeing a few of the other runners come to check on her. She did have some strapping on that right leg, and I think there may be an issue once more with that. We'll look at her on the sideline at the moment. Yeah, they've brought the chair out for us. There's an issue here for Summer Fomley. Hopefully she'll be all right moving forward. Now jump into heat 3 of 3, the girls under 12s 200 metres. Lanes 1 and 8 are vacant. 2 through to 7 occupied. Hiskins, Du Bois, Anthony, Gay Kemmer, Hyde and Wright. Fastest qualifier, that wide start in the form of Chelsea Wright, 26.05. By Chloe Anthony, also from New South Wales, running out of lane 4. So Capri Vincent has set the standard so far, 25.61, the fastest time across the 2 previous heats. Kaylee Crute with 25.93 thereafter. Set now. Racing. Good start made here from Anthony, who already puts on the afterburners. Applying a bit of pressure here for Gay Kemmer, who's doing a good job just to hold off the advances. But out wide, it's Chelsea Wright, who looks really strong here. She'll lead as they round the turn into the home straight. She's got about 5 metres on the next closest. Hiskins also working strongly from that inside lane. And geez, Anthony's fallen off a fair bit. Wright will cross first, followed by Hiskins and then Frankie Hyde. The time is 26.34. A little bit slower than the seed time there for Chelsea Wright. She'll qualify for the final, followed by Hiskins. These times seem a bit slower compared to the other 2 heats. I'm not sure if we'll get any other runners popping through from this particular heat. Again, right in front. It was a really good start from Anthony, but just as they approached that turn, she began to fall away. And it was the 2 Victorian runners who then really started to make some headway in the form of Hiskins and Hyde. Anthony came back late in the piece, but at this mark here where they just to pull away from her. See her drop all the way back into second last at one point before once more clicking into gear with around about 60 metres to go. But Chelsea Wright consistent from the outset. It's across the line first. Hiskins, of course, in front of Frankie Hyde. Tessa Hyde will miss out with that time of 26.81. I think that might be just a little outside of that qualifying mark.
In the unlikely event of an emergency, we would like you to be familiar with the correct.
So that wraps up our 200 preliminary heats.
We would also like you to familiarise yourself with the area you are.
We do have a little bit of a break now
Especially taking note of the
before we
newest
head
emergency
into our
exits.
next event. Should
The
be the
emergency evacuation
boys under 10s
alert
800
will
metre
sound
multi-class.
now.
That is set to get underway at 12:30. So good chance for a lunch break if you are watching at home, maybe on the go. All the terrific coverage here on School Sport Australia TV, brought to you by Sports Filming Solutions. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage of the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships live from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. We'll take a break and all the action is set to get back underway at 12:30.
If evacuation is
Athletics Centre for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. Now moving on to event 31, the boys under 10s 800 metre multi-class discipline. It's a straight final. Field as follows: Kobe Johnson, Jack Nettle, Flynn Hansen, Micah Friend, Nishant Krishna, Noah Blackmore and Leo Edgehill. No runner out of lane 8. And of course, with our multi-class events, not necessarily first past the post. Percentage is applied based on the various abilities of our athletes. Range of different conditions here. FO1, 37, 38, for example, as they are off and running now. Good start made across the board. Kobe Johnson strongly from the inside. Also Noah Blackmore out in front at the moment, but being pursued there by Krishna. Krishna only about 2 or 3 metres behind, but it's a great start from Johnson. It's him pushing up from that inside lane. As they hit the stagger point, start to converge upon that central lane. Will be the 2 New South Wales runners who are looking pretty strong here, both Blackmore and Johnson. Johnson now heads into the lead by the 2 Queenslanders. One of them, that might be Hansen, behind as well. But Johnson out in front at the moment. A little bit further towards the back, it's Friend, so one of the Queensland runners. Along with Edge. Johnson with a really good start here, rounding the final bend into the front straight, lap number 1. So his seed time coming into this one, 3:26.05. That is the quickest seed time, so he's expected to be thereabouts. He's begun to make a bit of a move there, but Blackmore responded. She closes the gap a fair bit here on Kobe Johnson, who's just pulled up a touch as the bell has rung, and he crosses the line on the first lap, much bang on the 92nd marker. A half minute's gone. Blackmore in at second as it stands. Krishna third, and Flynn Hansen in at 4th. And now about to head across the first lap line. It's Leo Edgehill. Jack Nettle so pushing through at the moment, along with Micah Friend. So those are the last 2 to get across the line here. Still out in front though is Kobe Johnson. He leads by about 15 metres. Of course, it's not necessarily first past the post here. Still have to apply the percentages. So this is one of those races that you might need to check the website for the final details. We should also have stream a certain point for the podium. But Johnson setting the pace at the moment. And to his credit, Chill has been floating about the bulk of this race, along with Blackmore. More back in second, Krishna still in third, so we haven't seen too much of a change. Flynn Hansen there in at 4th, and now Krishna starts to make a move, so he's closed the gap here on the work of Noah Blackmore. Also Hansen stepping up. Johnson has been remarkably consistent throughout this entire race, hasn't really changed the pace at any point, as now Noah Blackmore really starts to put the foot down, pressuring Kobe Johnson, who checks back over his shoulder. Good movement here from Hansen, gets around Krishna, up into third. Johnson though, wonderfully consistent run from him, up towards the line, and it's a terrific time as well. He cuts 10 seconds off his seed time. Blackmore now crossing, followed by Flynn Hansen. Krishna now being hotly pursued by a man who's left plenty in the take in the form of Edgehill. Is really coming home strongly. He might just get there in time. All good response from Krishna. That got the crowd involved as well. And there's still a couple of runners remaining here in our under 10 boys 800 metre multi-class division. So coming around should be Jack Nettle and also Micah Friend. And he's found an extra burst of speed here as well, Jack Nettle. He's left a bit in the tank for this home straight. And I dare say, given they know the response that is coming their way, these athletes, they do that intentionally almost. He'll cross the line. Great show of sportsmanship as well from the other athletes who are there clapping him home. And it will be Friend who will finish strongly here in front of a big crowd at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Working hard all the way to the line. He crosses in 4:27.95. Didn't actually have a seed time for Friend. Nettle a little bit slower compared to his initial seed time. And of course those percentages still to be applied. So might not necessarily be how it finishes up, but Johnson was first across the line. Those results will be coming through shortly once the final percentages are applied. There on the replay, Johnson checking back a Blackmore. Really strong end to his race. So too did Flynn Hansen, overtaking Kushner, who is thereabouts, second and third for the bulk of that race. Johnson across the line first, followed by Blackmore, then Hansen. So up next we'll have the girls' 10-year-old division 800-metre multi-class. Will be a field of 6 here. 1 through to 6 is occupied. 7 and 8 are free. Ella Emery from Queensland in 1. Heidi Kingston, also from Queensland in 2. Annie Ellington from Queensland in 3. Daisy Falconer from New South Wales in 4. Mia James from New South Wales in 5. And Violet Fuller from New South Wales in 6. They're a very healthy contingent of supporters who have come out today at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Final day of competition for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. Massive calendar for these athletes throughout the year between the different state level tournaments, regional as well. It's a very long road to get to this level of competition, such a high standard. Here on after, a lot of these athletes will be aiming down the line for the likes of the Commonwealth Games, even the Olympics. Now, there's a captain in the house too. It's great to see, steering the ship in terms of this fan engagement. Now the girls start to make their way out on track here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. We've got 2 of the Queensland runners, 3 New South Wales, 1. No sign as of yet for Bella Emery. She's a scratching because she still has not made her way trackside. Outside of that, Kingston, Ellington, Falconer, James and Fuller have taken their spots. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a scratching here for Bella Emery. Onto the spot now in terms of the remaining runners here. Very tight between Ellington and Mia James, both running 3:38. They are split in terms of that seed time by just 0.03 of a second. Set now. Racing, good start made there from Fuller. Was very quick on the gun, but also Mia James immediately getting into her stride and racing away from the rest of the field. Ellington, of course, for Queensland.
In 3rd place,
She's the next closest in terms of speed time, just 0.03 between the 2 of them. She's running out of lane 3, and at the moment,
Jonty
taking a bit
Tukawafu.
more of a measured approach to begin things. But James is out of the blocks very quickly.
And in
Takes an
1st
early lead,
place,
but it's been pursued here by
Jalen
Heidi Kingston. There's the rain coming down very lightly at
13th
Sydney
for
Olympic Park
Queensland. Well
Athletic
done, boys.
Centre. Kingston overtaking Mia James here. Just joining us for these multi-class races is not necessarily first past the post. It's percentage based on the ability of each individual athlete still to be applied, and then we arrive at our final podium positions. But great start made here from Kingston. James was very, very quick to begin with. She's fallen back quite a bit now in the margin between first and second. It's probably a good 25 metres. Kingston around the turn, and we're starting to see Ellington come into her own here. So she's overtaken 2 New South Wales runners in the form of Mia James, and might also be Violet Fuller. Kingston in front, led by Annie Ellington. She's on screen at the moment in second. As Kingston is about to cross that line. Time at 1:35.25 as the bell is rung. A lot of work for Mia James to do here. The equal quicker out in front still. Ellington probably a good 30 metres back in at second. This is a tremendous performance here from Heidi Kingston, who coming into this one had the third fastest seed time behind both Ellington and Mia James. Daisy Falconer, 3:51.15 fourth. Violet Fuller in terms of the starters here, with of course Bella Emery not involved in this one. The next fastest at 4:18.73, but of course still those percentages to be applied. But Kingston, so they're pretty much from that 250 metre mark. It's only increased the advantage here. I dare say even with that percentage still to be applied, it's going to be a hard task to take this one off her come the podium. Heidi Kingston, great performance here. Clock ticking over to 3:10. I dare say she'll best her seed time of 3:48.54. Kingston with about 50 metres to go. The applause starts to ring out here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Been a wonderfully consistent run here from Kingston. Seeing Ellington on screen in at second, still being pursued there by one of the New South Wales runners. But a great result here from Heidi Kingston. Crosses in 3:33.74, shaving off about 15 seconds from her seed time. Ellington's seed time was 3:38. She's a bit behind the pace here, but she's about to cross in second. Mia James has found an extra burst of speed. She's back in fourth at the moment. Ellington crosses in 3:53.84, followed by Daisy Falconer and Mia James. Now looking to cross in around about 4:10. It'll end up being just outside of that, so 4:12.86. And a great effort here too from Violet Fuller. This is pretty much bang on the seed time. So 4:18.73 was her qualifying time. I think she's just about the same marker here. Or still the calculations to come in terms of the percentages. Another wonderful effort there across the board. But Heidi Kingston smashing her seed time. That'll put her in great stead for a potential gold medal finish. But of course we'll find out those results in due time. Now to event 33, the boys under 11's 800 metre multi-class. Quite a big field here if we do end up with all of our runners taking part in it. Just having a look by the track and be the full complement, but line up as follows from lane 1. Abe Gunnar Wadana, 2 Zamora, 3 Gillam, 4 Gilbertson, lane 5 Ferguson, 6 Forrest, lane 7 Show, lane 8 Evans. Now there might be a late change here. Gilbertson may have shifted across. They might actually put lane 4 3. So the discrepancy between the big screen, if you will, and the sheets in front of myself, they take their positions to get a better indication. But Rowan Gillam will be running with a sight assistance. That's why we do have the slight gap there for lane 4. So yeah, it will be Gilbertson shifting across, I believe, into lane 5 and then Ferguson for 6. Safety first from the officials. Good to see. Range of different abilities. Gillam, for example. Vision impairment. One Forrest in F20. Go into details about how that classification affects the ability itself. A bit of Googling around that. All you need to know is that there is a percentage applied based on the ability of each athlete and working. So 2 assistant runners, including for Abe Gunawardana, Victoria. So he's running from lane 1 on that inside passage. Rowan Gillam, so with an assistant running from lane 3 and also lane 4 there in the singlets. Here from our marshal. A little bit of an issue there for the Gunawardana's assistant. Do now have the all clear. Board. Back in place. And down by the side. Set now. Racing, good start made across the board here. Gillam, in fact, Abe Gunawardana has done away with the assistant there. So he's going to run this one by himself. Victorian athlete from that inside lane. He's also made a very good start. So too, Mount Wide has Mika Michaud. Pretty good at the moment. Abe Gunawardana out in front though. Gillam. So thereabouts. Pushing up into second now with the assistants. It's going to be a little bit tough for the other runners to navigate though. They'll have to get a bit of a wide berth if they do want to overtake at any point in time. Abe Gunawardana still in front by around about 6 or 7 metres. The show just starting to trail back a little bit there. So he started well, but he's a touch now. And for Jesse Forrest, Samuel Ferguson have also just fallen off a touch here. Abe Gunawardana out in front as it stands. Gillam in its second. The show is making a nice little comeback here. He's found a second win. He pushes up into third. Zamora just behind him in fourth. I believe that is Jared Edwards there wearing the 9, but actually listed in the 8. They've all crossed now inside 130. It's a pretty tight pack overall. Abe Gunawardana still in front. Gap now about 10 metres between himself and Rowan Gillam. Sam Gilbertson pushing through now. He's about to head across the starting line for completion of his first lap. And a little bit further behind him, that's Jesse Forrest, who's now just bringing up the rear. So there is the bell rung for Gilbertson. Forrest also getting across now, but coming back to the front of the pack, Abe Gunawardana has been outstanding from the get-go and has really set the tone. Gillam has been in second for the bulk of proceedings as well. Sass Abe Gunawardana from Victoria with a seat time of 7.68. Was the second quickest. Gillam now starting to make a move up in second. It was a bit quicker. I just wonder if there was the conversation there of, to his assistant, let's get up and going a little bit quicker. Try and bridge that gap, but terrific run here from Abe Gunawardana, who will cross first over the line, 242.4. Gillam not too far behind. And Zamora's had a really big second lap as well. He closed the gap quite a bit. Still have to apply those percentages. Great run across the board. Now a show. Across the line here, and about 3 minutes and 7 seconds for Michaud. Jared Edwards also getting across the line here from Queensland. So still 3 runners, it looks like. In fact, 2, I should say. There is a high jumper who's just had to clear the way for the likes of Gilbertson and Forrest. We're still completing things. A couple more turns to navigate for those two. Of course, this is still quite important. So for Ferguson, his seed time was 4:31.01. Gilbertson had 4:18.92. Now that does help give us a baseline level. We then will apply the percentages. So this one isn't done and dusted as of yet. Got to keep pushing all the way to the line. Gilbertson continues to drive forward now. Around about 50 metres remaining for Sam Gilbertson from Victoria. And I think he will best that time. So coming into this one, his seed time 4:18.92. And he certainly will improve on that. That could be big in the grand scheme of things. 4:13.24. Shaves off 5 seconds. And Jesse Forrest. Samuel Ferguson, that is, now coming across the line. Will cross
Ladies,
inside of his seed time too. So this one is very much up in the air. It was a great effort from Abby Gunnar-Wadana getting across the line first, but percentages still to be applied.
In third place,
and we'll find
Leo
out
Edgehill,
in
New
due
South
course
Wales.
who has claimed our top 3 position. We
Second place,
bring your attention
Michael
to the
Friend,
trophy presentation.
Victoria. And in first place, Kobe Johnson, New South Wales. Congratulations, boys.
Just confirming there, he was first past the post and also first overall, Kobe Johnson, in our previous multi-class division. Strong run from him. The boys under 10. We're of course going to Friend from Victoria. If Noah Blackman is out with the bronze. So 2 New South Welshmen and a Victorian. Podium. Might be Leo Edgehill. Apologies. Yeah, that is Leo Edgehill. So moving on now to our next race here. This is the girls 11 years 800 metre multi-class. Field is Compton, Murnane, Cornwell, McChrystal and Califonos. Off and running now. Good start made here from Alison Murnane. In front by Sienna Compton. Lexi Cornwell back into third at the moment for McChrystal and Califonos. The gap now that's opened up for them. Still about 40 metres behind the work here of Cornwell. It's pretty tight up front between Compton and Murnane. 3 New South Wales runners here. 2 Queenslanders once more. Same situation to be applied in terms of percentages based on ability. So once more, not necessarily first past the post. Really strong start here from Sienna Compton. Is in front. Rounds the final turn on lap 1. The front straight at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. 60 metres to go on lap 1. Good pace being set here from Sienna Compton. Her seed time pretty much 3 minutes flat. Quickest seed times here in our multi-class disciplines. Good move now being made here from Lexi Cornwell as well, who's managed to really close their gap and will now overtake Alison Murnane.
In third place, Annie Ellington from Queensland.
Really good balance here for Cornwell. So we're seeing
In
the
second
podium,
place,
Ellington
Kingston,
claiming bronze.
Queensland.
Kingston for silver. Of course, she won that race in terms of position on the track. Those
And in
percentages
first
applied.
place, Violet Fuller, New
Violet
South
Fuller
Wales.
will claim first place. Now, she was actually last
Congratulations,
past
girls.
the line itself. But with those percentages being applied, and I did mention at the time, it looked like a really good run based on the speed time. It certainly panned out, so congratulations to those 3 athletes, Ellington, Kingston and Fuller, respectively. Now, McChrystal crossing the line here in the girls under 11's 800 metre multi-class. Bell ringing. Still out in front is Sienna Compton.
And before
massive
Vogue jumps
lead she's
down
got now,
again,
probably 50
Violet,
metres
and
on Lexi Cornwell, who
Violet broke
herself
the
is
record. So
a
well
good
done,
40
Violet.
in
Congratulations.
front of Alison Murnane. This is looking like it's going to be a really strong time here for Sienna Compton. Her seed time, 3 minutes and 0.85 seconds. She's going to be thereabouts once more. The bell is also rung here for Alexis Califonos from Queensland. Seed time of that 5 minutes. Compton is pretty much going to be bang on in terms of consistency. There's the 3 minute mark. It should cross in 3:02.31, so 1.5 seconds slower than the seed time. That is consistency personified. Now, Lexi Cornwell from New South Wales has had a really good second lap. Increased the margin between herself and Alison Murnane quite substantially, 3:33.93. That's her seed time. And she has bested that, so well done to Lexi. Chopping off about 3.5 seconds. Murnane has found an extra burst of speed as well. She's coming down this home straight very quickly. Certainly left plenty in the tank. 8 speed here from Alison Murnane. Her seed time, 3:56.52. She's also shaved about 5 seconds off that. There's some really good times from both Murnane and Cornwell. Of course, Compton was very consistent with her seed time, but both Murnane and Cornwell have slashed quite a few seconds off their previous efforts. And now Essie McChrystal coming through, 4:21.41 is her seed time. She's also going to beat that. Good burst of speed here inside the final 50 metres. She'll get across in 4:21.03, so she shaves off about half a second there. Crystal Califonos. Looks like she's going to best her time of 4:59.91. Suffering with a bit of an injury here. See another second win though. She gets up to speed once again. It's a very tough discipline, the 800 metres. Strike the right balance of explosive speed and also that cardio that starts to take hold. The toughest races you can run, that and the 1500 metres combined, those are the real difficult assignments. To get to the track here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. It's not easy either. We've had the rain coming down, a little bit slippery underfoot, and Califonos is pushing all the way to the finish. Rounding the final turn here into the home straight, and she'll be spurred on by a very supportive crowd at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Round about 60 metres to go here for Califonos. Her seed time was 4:59.91. Quite a bit outside of that. More to the point, she's done a wonderful job to be here on the biggest stage in school sport in the country, and she'll cross in 5:50. Well done to Alexis Califonos and all of our athletes. Event 34 for the girls under 11's 800 metre multi-class. Very short break in the commentary, and then all the action with event 35, the boys under 12's 800 metre multi-class, right around the corner. Great to have your company here on School Sport Australia TV for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships, Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. This is event 35, the boys under 12s 800 metre multi-class. They line up as follows. Lane 1, Lifu Kennel. Lane 2, Duckworth. 3 is Cameron. 4, Campbell. 5, Frogley. 6, Sheether. 7, Hislop. And 8, Ryan. Off and running now. Start made from Jamison Sheether. Takes an early lead here. And Ryan also looking pretty strong. And from the inside lane, Lifu Kennel. So very quick stuff there. Now, Jamison Sheether does have the fastest seed time, so we are expecting him to be first past the post, so to speak, and once more in this multi-class division. Still seeing that percentage being applied. So Sheether is out in front. Once more, just a little confirmation here of who is taking part in this one. Kennel, Duckworth, Cameron, Campbell, Frogley, Sheether, Hislop and Ryan. Sheether still in front here for New South Wales. Counting the final bend here on lap 1 into the front straight, Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. So 2:42.29 is his seed time. And the next closest is Eli Campbell and Elijah Duckworth. They're both just outside that 3-minute mark. Not a huge surprise here to see Elijah Duckworth in at second. Back by about 30 metres as the bell is rung here for Sheether. 1:17.16. Really good effort so far here from Emerson Ryan, who coming into this one ran about 6th in terms of seed time, but he's leading against Lifu Kennel. He does have a superior seed time compared to Ryan. And also, certainly for Eli Campbell from Queensland, who's sitting behind Lifu Kennel at the moment, in at 4th. Now final runner about to cross now. That's Jonathan Frogley from South Australia. Hear the applause ringing out in the Atmos mics. We'll cross at 1:55, but back to the front of the pack.
I'll draw your attention to the middle
And it's still a wonderful effort here from Jamison
The
Sheether.
results for the 800 metres boys
2:42.29 is his
Third
seed
place,
time. I think he might end up a little bit outside of that. There's still a fair way to go for him. Currently sitting at around about 2:15.
In second place,
Has about 120 metres still to navigate.
From
Sheether
Victoria.
now starts to pick up the pace though. Geez, he's really left a bit in the tank here. He is flying
And in
down
first
the home
place,
straight here,
Rowan
Sheether.
Gillen from Queensland.
Oh, this is like watching Usain Bolt in his prime. Look at the legs pumping. Forget what I said about the seed time. He's going to smash it. 2:36.61. What a terrific final 100 metres. Duckworth has also left plenty in the tank. Oh, Duckworth is flying now. A massive second win from Duckworth. He'll shave off 15 seconds from his seed time. And now we're looking for a bit of a sprint finish here as well. Ryan has them all creeping up on his outside. It's Eli Campbell who's coming hard and fast for the finish. Also looking to overtake Hislop. Oh, Campbell right at the line will do so. Up into third in 3:10. And that's pretty consistent with his seed time as well, 3:08. Hislop, a really good time for him. He shaves off about 14 seconds. He was 3:24 initially. We now see Lifu Kennel come across, and they're all very consistent, if not bettering their times. Last one to come through here is Jonathan Frogley, so 3:54.02. It's all about PBs here in the multi-class division. And the crowd will try and pick him up, and he's playing to them as well. He salutes the fans, and they are loving every moment of this. So too is Jonathan Frogley. 3:54, his seed time. He'll be just outside of that, but I can tell you now, I don't think he cares. I think he's just enjoying all the adulation here from the fans. He'll cross in 4:01.21. And with so many athletes there besting their seed times, your guess is as good as mine once they apply the percentages. We'll find out who's going to claim gold, silver and bronze moving forward. I believe we've also had a couple of records broken in one of our previous runs here. That might have been the under-11 boys who've just been awarded. Of course, if you do want to get the latest results, Best way to do so is head to athletics.anet.live. That's athletics, NSW, all is one word, .anet.live. That'll keep you up to date with all the results throughout the day. As we've seen there, a very fast finish from Darkwood. And of course, Eli Campbell coming on with a wet sail and overtaking his lot right at the line. Wonderful run as well from Emerson Ryan. I mentioned across the board, it was all very quick and not bettering their performances, but still very consistent, and that included Jonathan Fogler there crossing at the end. So moving on now to our final 800-metre multi-class event. This is event 36, the girls under 12s. Just a field of 3 here, and the seed times a little bit varied. For lane 1, Alexis O'Loughlin from New South Wales. Her seed time, 3:02.68. Margaret Jordan from lane 2, also from New South Wales, at 3:21.7. Hayley Wellings, Wales 3:34.57. So once more, not necessarily first past the post. Percentage still to be applied. There's more finals action coming up, so don't go too far. This is a massive final day of the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. Brought to you from Sports Filming Solutions, doing a great job. Camera work, switching, production here, so we appreciate the work the boys are putting in, and the girls as well. Checks here from the marshals. The rain has stopped too at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Pretty good indication of that is the fact that the cicadas are back out. Lachlan from that inside lane, Jordan in lane 2, just making sure all the muscles are responding. Hayley Wellings, lane 3 with the pigtails. On to the marks now. Racing, good start made across the board. O'Loughlin, the seed time. Should take this one out in terms of positional. It's whether that final percentage is applied. Have her on top of the podium, but Hayley Wellings also starting like a house on fire here, lane 3. Now she actually has the quote-unquote slowest seed time, but she's made a wonderful fist of things in the opening 100 metres here. 3:34.57 is her seed time. She has a slender margin here on Alexis O'Loughlin. A little check back now, O'Loughlin, then putting down the foot, overtaking. A bit of a gap has also opened up here with Margaret Jordan. Back there in 3rd position. O'Loughlin rounding the final turn on lap 1. Is 3-woman race. Girls under 12, 800-metre multi-class division. Lachlan looking very strong on this first lap. Needs to get going on lap 2 if she is to try and best her seed time of 3:02.68. Need to keep this pace for the duration. Bell is rung and she crosses in 1:21.71. So it's thereabouts for that seed time. Wellings is well and truly in front of hers at the moment. She's just pulled up a touch here though momentarily. 1:33 she crossed Margaret Jordan has closed the gap significantly here on Hayley Wellings, who certainly did get out of the blocks very quickly. Ella's rung about 143 there for Margaret Jordan. So 321.7 her seed time. We catch back up here with Alexis O'Loughlin out in front. There's a gap now of probably a good 100 metres between herself and Hayley Wellings, who's fortunately back up and running now. O'Loughlin looking to beat her seed time of 3:02.68.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals dice.
Tell you what, she's
The results for
close
the
to that
girls'
point.
10 years discus. In third place,
Lachlan.
Clara Yusopovich.
Margin
From
of
Queensland.
around about 100 metres here, rounding the final turn here into the home straight at Sydney
And in
Olympic
second
Park
place,
Athletic Centre.
Nina Yusopovich.
Picking up this
from
pace
Queensland.
once more here, O'Loughlin. She's left enough in the tank for a sprint finish.
And in first place, Sage
And it looks like she is
from
going to best
Queensland.
that seed
Another
time
three
of
well done, girls.
3:02.68. It's a really
Congratulations.
strong performance here from Alexis O'Loughlin. She'll cross in a great time of 2:50.95, so more than 10 seconds quicker compared to her seed time. That'll put her in great stead for potentially the gold medal. Margaret Jordan continues to close the gap here on Hayley Wellings, but it's been an outstanding run from Wellings. Coming into this one, had the slowest seed time of the three. She's also going to make a big improvement here. Wellings will cross in 3:18.66, so she shaved off nearly 16 seconds. Jordan pretty much bang on her seed time of 3:21. So we'll still have those percentages apply, but Alexis O'Loughlin 10 seconds quicker than the seed time. Wellings about 15 to 16 seconds quicker. And for Jordan, pretty much bang on the seed time of 3:21. Here it is again, the finish from both Wellings and Jordan. Wellings, of course, started very quickly, had a few struggles. She crossed the line on at lap one, but a strong second lap as well, as we take you to the podium for more results.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals dice. The result for the girls, 11 years, 800 metres, multi-class. In third place, Alexi Cornwell from New South Wales. In second place, Sienna Compton from New South Wales. And in first place, setting a new record, Essie McChrystal from Queensland.
Congratulations to the girls there in the under 11s 800-metre multi-class. Record being set by Essie Crystal. Really good second lap. Gold, Compton, silver, bronze. We'll have some more medal presentations just around the corner, but there is a bit of a break before our next event, so we'll take the opportunity here in the commentary booth. A bit of a catch-up as well. Good chance for yourself. Cross and grab a refreshment. Thank you to Struddies for their support. School Sport Australia Championships on School Sport Australia TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, I
Sports
draw your
Filming
attention to the medals
Solutions.
dice.
Sydney Olympic Park
The
Athletic
results for the
Centre.
girls, 11 years long
Finals
jump.
just around the corner.
In third
Big break.
place, Lara Hooper,
From
New
the
South
commentary
Wales. In second place, Mackenzie Duddy from Victoria. And in first place, Anna Shue from Queensland. Congratulations, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medal stars. The result for the boys, 12 years, 800 metres multi-class. All three boys broke records, so well done, boys. Third place, Caleb Hislop from New South Wales. Second place, Jamison Sheehan from New South Wales. And first place, Elijah Duckworth, New South Wales. 3 records. Well done, boys. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals dice. The result for the boys 11 years high jump. In third place, Aidan Cook from Victoria. In second place, Lewis McNaughton from New South Wales. And in first place, Levi Jakeman from New South Wales. Congratulations, boys. Jordan from New South Wales. And in first place, Alexis O'Loughlin from New South Wales. Congratulations, girls.
Welcome back to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championship. Moving now to event 37, our combined girls under 10s 800 metre 1 of 2 final. Of course, as part of the combined events, this is part of a tetrathon, 2 field and 2 track events. We won't necessarily know who is the overall winner back at this one. And of course, there are 2 sectional finals. This first sectional final, it's Cochrane, Sukic, Fleming, Brock, Dicker, Kupak and Glover. Lanes 2 through to 8 occupied here. I believe there is also an issue with lane 5. I'm not sure where it is on the track, but I've been told some of the actual covering, the turf, if you want, fake turf, has started to dissipate a little bit. Just deteriorate. They are off and running now. Pretty decent start made across the board. Cochrane and Sukic just falling back a touch here, but it's a strong beginning for Fleming. So Eden Brosh at the moment, who are out in front. Brosh now starts to put on the afterburners and tries to get in front of Fleming here. Does a good job to do exactly that. She leads here. Where these 2 runners have their seed times available in terms of the available seed times. Evie Glover, Tasmania. From that wide position of the lot, 3:02 for her. Elkie Dicker from Tasmania, also 3:05, and Sukic, 3:18.4. So faster seed times, but Field does not have that available. Here is Eden Broch in front at the moment. The front straight on lap number 1. Round about 30 metres to go on this first lap. Still in its second is Fleming. Behind Fleming, the pressure now being applied from Kupak. Kupak, I should say. So the bell is rung there for Fleming. Time of 1:15. Kupak too far behind. The Tassie girls also pushing through. Evie Glover in at 4th at the moment, with Elkie Dicker just behind her. And up the rear there, that's Sukic, still out in front. Seeing Eden Brosh on your screen. It's opened up a significant margin too of around about 25, make it even 30 metres here. Long way back for Fleming. She wants to try and close the gap. She'll have to start right now. And a little further back from her is Kupak. This has been a terrific run so far from Eden Broch. Final turn to navigate for Broch. Picking up even more speed here for a flurry of a finish. It's going to be a pretty quick time for her too. Just ticked over to 2:25. She approaches the final 50 metres here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the combined under 10 girls 800 metres division. Very strong performance. She'll cross in 2:37.26. Fleming now coming in at second. She's been in that position the entire duration of this race. And a strong finish also coming up here from Kupak. And now have a look at the finish that's also come in for Cochrane. He's overtaken one. He might even make it a second. No. Good response here from Evie Glover. He finds an extra gear and holds off a very fast finish from Cochrane. Dicker now crossing. And Sukic will cross now. Time about 3 minutes, so very quick for all of our runners there. The 3 available seed times, every one of those was bested, including Sukic, who's taken about 15 seconds off that seed time. Standing run across the board. There, of course, is our winner of the replay, Eden Brosh from Queensland. Section 2 of 2 still coming up. Now, we are expecting this to be a slightly quicker section. So these are the runners who are currently in the lead in the Tetrathlon combined events, field 2-track events. Girls are now on deck. So let me take you through the starting lineup here. Lanes 2 through to 8 occupied. There's Eaton, Turner, Seal, Loken, Booster, Lessie and Monteith. Now these are quite a few names that we have seen across the last couple of days. It's the likes of Sarah Hooser. More just running through starting lineup here. Lanes 2 through to 8. Eaton, Turner, Seal, Loken, Booster, Lessie and Monteith. Set now. Racing, good start made across the board. Very quick from Turner. Really bounced away from the outset. Also looking very strong there is Alessi. Hooser for that matter. So Hooser looks like is out in front here. Loken, her best to try and rein in the distance. This is Lucy Turner. So Turner started really well, so too did Hooser, and no surprises as a result. Lead in the early stages of this one. Turner's done well here to close the gap on Hooser. Now just fading a little bit, she'll drop back into third. Loken also picking up the pace up into fourth now. Really strong movement here. Trying to get around the outside of Hooser. Beautiful work here from Amalia Alessi. So Alessi taking the lead on the front straight of lap 1. Hooser now starting to come back at her. The gap only a metre or 2. Turner is holding firm in at third. Still pressure coming from Billy Loken. Time 1:14.6, the bell being rung. Sierra Seal has also pushed up, closed the gap a touch, and a little further back. Eaton bringing up the rear, and Marlo Monteith just in front of her. But it's still tight at the top between Hooser and Turner. So Alessi. So Alessi leading. Hooser still applying a bit of pressure. Turner about 5 metres back in at third. Loken fourth, too far away. And now once more a change of lead here. Hooser responding well. Back in front of Alessi she goes, and Alessi has really started to tail off a bit. Turner senses the opportunity and overtakes, and so too now Millie Loken putting on the speed. Up into third she goes, and they're all coming now for Alessi, but Alessi does have a good advantage here of about 15 metres. In fact, it's Hooser, I should say. A quick look over her neck, and Turner now finding the afterburners. Pulls away from the work of Loken, but this is going to be taken out from Hooser. She'll get across first, a very strong time, 2:36.96. Turner in at second. A great second lap from Loken in at third. Then all right at the line. Did Alessi do enough to hang on? Monteith has finished like a house on fire. Monteith was in at last as they were crossing the line on lap 1, but she's come home strongly. What a big second lap from Marlo Monteith. It was her and Eaton previously that were all the way at the back of the pack, but she's made up significant ground there, Monteith. Have the replay for you in just a moment. A great run there from Sarah Hooser from Victoria. I believe that is quicker than the first sectional as well. Here is Hooser getting across the line. Around 2:36. Turner then pushing through, followed by Loken. And a very fast finish here. Slow it down for you. We might even need to zoom in a touch more. I still think they've just held on there. I think Alessi finishes in fourth. and then Monteith in at 5th. Probably only 0.01, maybe 0.02 of a second in it. Monteith really put on the gas down that home straight. So up next we move to the combined girls under 11 800-metre discipline in 39. Girls are waiting trackside by the tunnel. You can see them there in the top right of the screen. Get underway very shortly. So we might take this opportunity to quickly run you through the lineup for this next upcoming race. We're still waiting for the girls to come through. Graphic coming through momentarily, but in the meantime, Williams Cox running from 2, Muir from 3, Henderson 4, Shields from 5, Blades from 6, Barnes from 7, and Skoulitis from 8. Start to make their way out now. Just recapping our field here for section 1 of 2 in the finals for the combined girls under 11s 800 metre. Williams Cox number 2, 3 is Muir, 4 Henderson, 5 Shields, 6 Blades, 7 Barnes, and 8 Skoulitis. No scratchings here, so the full complement on deck. Skoulitis is the only one who has a listed seat time, 2:59.29. On the mark now. Good start made across the board. Really quick stuff from Henderson out of lane 4, and also Emma Shields for New South Wales, who now really starts to take off. Look at the gap that Shields has already opened up. It's a good 5 metres in front of Henderson, who responded quite well. And those two have well and truly pulled away from the rest of the pack. Williams Cox is pushing up into 3rd. She'll just drop in behind the work there of Blades, who now does take 3rd. But out in front, that's Shields, followed by Henderson, then Blades, and then Williams Cox in at 4th. Change in that 3rd position. Williams Cox popping up into that spot. Blades dropping back into 4th. Shields, as you can see on screen, in front at the moment. Rounding that final turn on lap number 1. Onto the front straight. Lovely technique about her work. Long stride. Great composure and breathing about her work as well. Henderson, though, still keeping her honest, only about 10 metres away, as the bell is rung at 109.24. Williams Cox continuing to work hard, has opened up a 2 or 3 metre advantage now on Zali Blades into 3rd. Now crossing the time of 1:23, that's Skoulitis from Tasmania. Barnes about to cross her first lap, and Muir bringing up the rear in 7th place. Jumping back to the front here, it's still Emma Shields in front, and she has opened up a larger gap now. Henderson about 15 metres away, and then about 20 metres behind her. Still the work of Williams Cox, who has solidified 3rd position in section 1 of 2 here for the finals of the under 11 girls combined 800 metres. Shields approaching the final turn. Been a wonderful performance from her. She got off very quickly, flying from the start, and really hasn't taken her foot off the pedal. Henderson is coming hard down the straight, but she won't catch Shields here. It's been a picture of focus and determination from the outset, and that's a wonderful run at 2:25.59. It's very quick. Henderson now coming through in 2nd. Williams-Cox, a really good effort herself. She'll claim third. Now Azali Blades getting across the line in fourth. Skalitis pushing through in fifth. There's a significant gap. It's now been opened up from Skalitis to the next closest. That's Barnes. Has increased on this second lap. But Barnes has got a little bit more left in the tank. And as a result, she starts to power towards the finish line. Really good home straight here from Jasper Barnes. She'll cross in 3:13.52. One final runner to come through. That's Kaya Muir. Might finish in 7th here in section 1 of 2. Great sportsmanship as well from the two South Australian girls, Barnes
Marlo Monteith from Queensland, please come back
and
to
Williams-Cox,
the
who are
finish line.
stepping up and cheering her all the way home. A lot of noise from the crowd as well. Great run across the board. Standard set here, the under-11s division. This combined discipline, part of the Tetracon, 2 field, 2 track events. The Shields in at first at a time of 2:25.59. Second sectional coming up in just a moment. They have arrived on the track. Let's take you through the field for section 2 of 2. Lanes 2 through to 8 are occupied. Lane 2, Macy Parks. Lane 3, Claire Masters. Lane 4, Alexa Gillen. Lane 5, Kiara Munna Singh. Lane 6, Evie Moore Mulcahy. Lane 7, Swilks. And at lane 8 is Hooper. Masters has been just about every event, 100, 200, 800, you name it, on the marks now. Bit of a sluggish start though there from Masters, almost missed the gun. Parks got away quite well, so too did Gillen. Gillen has the early lead here. Just on her outside is Munna Singh. Just dropped back a touch now. Hooper from out wide also putting in a pretty good start here. But it's Gillen who leads after the first 100 or so metres. The back straight they go. She's opened up a margin of about 10 metres here from Munna Singh, who's in at second. Hooper tracking back in at third, and Moore Mulcahy in at fourth at the moment. Opening up a bit of a gap there. Masters has dropped all the way back to 7th position at the moment. So she's bringing up the rear. The two Victoria girls contrasting fortunes. Munna Singh is still up in second, but for Swilks, now dropping all the way back to 6th spot, and Parks also thereabouts. As the bell is rung at 105.94. Gillen in the lead. Munna Singh in its second. Hooper still in third. With a move now being made by Moore Mulcahy, who overtakes Hooper up into third. There's a bit of a change. Masters about to cross the line here in about 1:25, so she's the last to cross with the bell. Munna Singh still just trying to keep a bit of a distance here with Gillen, who has set the tone from the outset. She has closed the gap slightly here to about 10 metres. Moore Mulcahy, though, put in a wonderful stint on lap 2. She's already overtaken Hooper, is now closing in on Munna Singh in at second. So expect a change from third to second. Here it comes now for Moore Mulcahy. And the way she's flying, she might even be applying a bit of pressure here for Alexa Gillen, who really hasn't been tested at any point so far. Hasn't had a look behind her as of yet. Moore Mulcahy focused on closing this gap, and she's doing so at rapid pace. It's down to 5 metres. A sprint finish on the cards. Oh, Moore Mulcahy, look at her go. Now just 3 metres, finds an extra gear, gets in front of Gillen. What a second lap from Moore Mulcahy, who's come from the clouds. She was 4th at the turn. She'll finish first in a time of 2:29.3. Munna Singh in at third, and then very tight Hooper just in front of Macy Parks, who also came from the clouds for that matter. Eva Swilks just in behind them. And now Claire Masters will bring it home in section 2 of 2. For the girls, under 11, 800-metre discipline. Now, Emma Shields with the quickest time overall from that first sectional, 2:25.59. But I think the work there of Maud Mulcahy will give her second place overall in this particular discipline. I'm quite sure, though, the final medal tally itself
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your
is
attention
more
to the
about the
middle
4
dice.
events in total. But
The
you can
results
see on
for
the
the girls'
replay,
10
Maud
years
Mulcahy,
combined.
what a wonderful
Event.
second lap that was.
Third place,
Jumping up from
Lucy
4th
Turner from New South
finishing
Wales.
in at first. And the final 150 metres or so from Maud Mulcahy were probably
Second
her
place,
quickest
Sarah Hooser
across the
from
entire
Victoria.
race. That's just the right amount of
And in
gas in the
first
tank.
place, Millie
Now,
Logan
of course, the
from
boys
South
have
Australia.
already wrapped up all of their combined pursuits. So that's why we're seeing all the girls here at once. We now move to event 42. Girls under 12, 800 metre in the combined discipline, section 1 of 2. Let's take you through the field. They are on the track now. Looks like lanes 1 through to 9 are filled. Might be an absentee, though, from lane 5, and I think that's more to do with the status of the track, so to speak. So yeah, that is that's an absentee from lane 5. So lane 1, Gilski. Lane 2, George. Lane 3, Ruffney. Lane 4, Dodd. Lane 6, Donaldson. Lane 7, Imhoff. Lane 8, Guy, and lane 9, Pickup. In terms of the available seat times, it's Mia George from lane 2 who has the fastest there, 2:36.2. I don't think that'll be close to claiming this one. I believe they've got some runners in this one, especially having seen the previous results in the under 11s at around 2:25. Set now. Racing. Really good start made from Mia George. Starts to pull away from both Sene and Ingolski. And out wide, Valerie Pickup. Very strong performance here. She'll hit the cones and start to head towards that centre lane. She will have the early ascendancy here. Little check from Amelie Guy as well, who's up in at second. But George, who is very fast off the blocks, still holding firm for third at the moment. But a good margin opened up here from Valerie Pickup. And for the rest of the field, they'll need to pick up the pace, so to speak. Guy holding firm in at second. George about 3 metres behind her in at third. But Pickup rounding this final turn onto the front straight on lap number 1. Has a good 10-metre margin on Amelie Guy. Now, getting involved as well, that's Hannah Imhoff, who's popped up into 4th. She's finding a good amount of speed here. Continues to drive forward. In fact, that's Ingolski. So Ingolski up into 4th, and Imhoff is back a few places thereafter. The bell is rung around about 110. Still in front, Pickup, who's opened up a larger margin now. Out to about 15 metres. Guy still in at second. And in behind her is Mia George, who started really well. Very rapid beginning for George, but she's managed to maintain the pace. You can see there the split. About 30 metres between our front runner in the form of Pickup. George back in at third. Guy in between the two. Margin increasing slightly here, though, for Valerie Pickup, who's really put the foot down. And unfortunately for Ingolski, even though she's turned on the pace, she's not closing in on Mia George, who in fact is overtaking Amelie Guy. So up in the second she goes, but it's been strong from the outset here for Valerie Pickup. Final 30 metres for her. She'll claim this one in a wonderful time. It's 2:23. George pulls away from Guy for second. She's coming in now. She'll claim second. Guy for third. A late push also here for Indy Dodd. She won't be able to get in front of Imhoff. And Ingolski really tapered off toward the back end of that second lap. She'll finish in at 5th. Just ahead of the work there of Donaldson. And now crossing here is Mackenzie Retenay. All wrapped up section 1 of 2 for event 42, the combined girls under 12s 800 metres. Valerie Pickup with standing performance. Set the tone early as they hit the cones. She was in front by about 10 metres and from there only increased the margin. Crosses at around 2:22, so I believe that might actually be a new record here. So we'll get confirmation coming through, but I think Pickup has actually broken the record set by Ashley Heggie of 2:27.81. Haven't flashed up on the board here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre as of yet, but I'm quite sure that was within the time. See there, that was the overall field, but no results coming through as of yet. For you now. Results still coming through, but I'm quite sure we've just seen the record broken there by Valerie Pickup. Waiting for the official confirmation. Let's move to section 2 of 2 though. Line up as follows, 1 through to 9. Looks like, however, we might have a scratching out of lane 7, so no Portia Miller. Fortunately, she's been really strong so far, but otherwise it's Driscoll, Belbin, Cox, Hyde, Smith. That's lanes 1 through to 4, and then lane 6 for Smith, followed by Adeline Sinquin Van Santen of lane 8 and Bella Cooney from lane 9. Yes, no Portia Miller here, so lane 7 is an absentee. Pick up at that 2:22. Calculations. Yeah. Should have set a new record. The Athletics SouthWales.anet.live website. If you are looking to find the results, you will find them. Some awesome, very quick customers in this lineup as well. Savannah Cox will certainly be thereabouts. Frankie Hyde as well. Set now. Racing, good start made here from Frankie Hyde. Got away very quickly, also out wide Bella Cooney. Looks pretty strong. Now Savannah Cox starting to find her measure as well. Zara Smith moving strongly. Very tight at the top here. Zara Smith, slender lead, now overtaken by Frankie Hyde. Now neck and neck, two Victorians. Looks like Hyde has just poked her nose in front of Zara Smith here. Savannah Cox trailing in at third at the moment. A bit of pressure also coming in there from that looks to be Sinquin Van Santen. She's dropped back a touch now to around about 7th position. Two New South Wales girls also applying a little bit of pressure there. But out in front, Frankie Hyde, followed by Zara Smith with about 50 metres to go here on the first lap. Very, very tight stuff. Zara Smith in at third, so all the Victorian girls looking good here. Frankie Hyde. Not sure who is in the 5 for that matter. It's not listed, so my apologies there. We don't have a 5 actually listed, but Frankie Hyde in front at the moment. Hyde still looking good. being pursued here. Zara Smith back in third. It's to be Van Santen in fifth. Hyde just still holding on to the narrowest of margins. Only about half a metre in it. There's going to be a change in the lead now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It might actually be Portia Miller who's shifted from lane 7 into lane 5. That might be what's happened here.
Alexa Gillen from Queensland.
So I think that's Portia Miller out there leading now. Has overtaken Frankie Hyde. We didn't have the 5 listed, but that should be Portia Miller in front by about 7 or 8 metres. She's going to run away with this one. An outstanding performance. Hyde has led for the bulk of it. But that should be Portia Miller crossing in 2:20.83. Whoever's done it has now broken the record that Valerie Pickup just broke in the previous sectional, followed by Hyde and then Zara Smith. Sinquin Van Santen then across in fourth. Bella Cooney in fifth. Driscoll sixth thereafter. Savannah Cox, who started really well, fell away on lap number 2. She'll now cross in 2:45.8. And Takesha Belbin, with about 50 metres to go, still pushing forward from the Northern Territory. And Belbin will now cross outside of that 3-minute range. But I believe Portia Miller is the one who's come away with victory there. So she was named to start in the 7. It must have been a late switch into lane 5. He didn't have a 7 occupied. Certainly was 3 Victorian runners. Here it is, Portia Miller, with a gap of about 10 metres. Terrific second lap from her. She'll take this one out. In front of Frankie Hyde, who led for the bulk of proceedings. Zara Smith was always in that 3rd position. And a terrific second lap as well from Madeline Sinquin Van Santen. So that wraps up the second section there for the combined girls under 12s 800 metres. And it looks like Portia Miller has set a new record with Valerie Pickup in the previous sectional also breaking the record. So that might be one of the shortest standing records you've ever seen. It lasted about 10 minutes max. Outstanding effort across the board. Now our next races are due in around about 12 minutes. So the crowd here who's been in wonderful spirits all day, they'll have a little bit of a wait here. So too will you watching at home, wherever you might be on School Sport Australia TV. Thanks to Struddies and with all the vision provided by Sports Filming Solutions. We'll take a very short break here before we get underway with finals action. The 200-metre discipline, it'll be the 10-year-old boys who are up next at 2:15. back to the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships, the Olympic Park Athletic Centre. The action is heating up. It's finals time. Boys under 10s 200-metre final about to get underway. Very quick customers here. The previous record, of course, set by Lachlan Chappell. We'll get to see him in just a moment. He's in the final for the under-11s, but he set the record last year. The time of 26.03 for the final of the boys under 10s 200-metre for 2024. The School Sport Australia Championships. They line up as follows. Lanes 1 through to 9. In lane 1, Patrick O'Rourke. Lane 2, Andaman Witten. Lane 3, Ryder Pereso. Lane 4, Diego Ryan. Lane 5 is a vacancy at this point in time. Lane 6, Ricky Spiropoulos. Lane 7, Albert Mallet. Lane 8, Hudson McGregor. And lane 9, Gordon Romanelli. Spiropoulos coming into this one with by far the quickest seed time. He's the only sub 27 second time here, 26.22 his preliminary time. He'll be running for lane 6. See that slight gap there between Diego Ryan in Queensland with the maroon strip and the white boots. Little buffer, and Spiropoulos in the blue with the black shorts. Right in the middle of your screen. He's the one to watch here. All signs point to gold for Ricky Spiropoulos. Up onto the blocks now. Set. Racing, good start from Spiropoulos. Also really strong from Pereso for Victoria out of lane 3. He overtakes Ryan, but it's Spiropoulos in front at the moment. McGregor on his outside is fading, so too is Mallet. Spiropoulos comes around into the home straight, looking really strong. He's in front by about 5 metres. Good comeback though from McGregor up in the second. Now too comes Pereso, but Spiropoulos is going to claim it in 26.22. Oh, it's bang on from that preliminary time. It's the exact same time. Spiropoulos gets across first. Pereso in at second. And it might have been Albert Mallet just in front of Hudson McGregor. Mallet was finishing strongly. I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the medals dice.
Like
the 12 girls combined event.
Jogging.
Third place, Madeline Sinquin Van Senten from Tasmania.
It's par for the course for Ricky Spiropoulos.
Second place, Portia Miller from Victoria.
Around the bend with a full head of steam into the home straight.
First place, Sarah Smith from Victoria.
Nobody was going to catch Spiropoulos. It was a valiant effort though from Ryder Pereso up into second. Good comeback here, in fact, from Hudson McGregor. So I thought he'd fallen off a fair bit, but he came home with a wet sail because Mallet was coming for him. But McGregor, a terrific final 50 metres. He'll claim bronze. So it's Spiropoulos for the gold, Pereso for silver, and McGregor for bronze. 26.22 the time, so the record doesn't fall, but not too far away from it. 0.19 seconds outside of that mark. As we now move to the girls under 10s 200-metre final. Once more, lane 5 is a vacancy. There's an issue with the track itself in lane 5. That's why they've been steering clear of that point. Line-up as follows. Monteith in the 1. Thomas 2. Bonacurso in 3. Veselius 4. G in 6. Pate in 7. Brown in 8. And Poole in 9. Now, important to note that already today Harlow Pate has broken the record. It's been in place since 2016. It was at 26.82, but Harlow Pate in the preliminary ran a 26.39, so she shaved off nearly half a second for a record that has been sitting for 8 years. Once more, we're expecting her to potentially push that record a little bit further. So she's right in the middle of your screen, just to the right-hand side of the discus netting, with the high blue socks and pink boots. And right next to her On the inside, that's Nicole Shee, who should probably be pushing up for a silver medal. But off they go now. Great start made from Harlow Pate, who immediately looks to overtake Mia Brown and does so. Pate's in front by a good 5 metres already as she approaches this turn and into the home straight. Look at the margin here from Harlow Pate, out in front by 10 metres. Good luck catching her. It's massive from Pate. She into second, but there's a real press here from Brown, who's looking for that second place, but Pate claims it in 26.43. She doesn't break her own record, which she set a little earlier today, but another medal around the neck of Harlow Pate. It's gold for her. She in at second, and Mia Brown gets the bronze in third. Harlow Pate just electric. Is the champion here. 2024 School Sport Australia Championships live from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. What a run from Harlow Pate. She got away quickly. And they were all eating her dust thereafter. Out in front by a good 10 metres here in front of Nicole Shee. Continuing to drive all the way to the line. That is frightening stuff from Harlow Pate. She in at second. And then Mia Brown for third. And it looks like Connor Kersey coming across there potentially in fourth. Could be in Casilius though. Or Savannah Cool just in front there of them. So Kersey was indeed. Savannah Cool in fourth. Leah Thomas sixth. Paul Casilius at seventh. And Marlo Monteith rounding things out in eighth. All very quick across the board though. Monteith a little bit slower to her preliminary time. That was sub 30 seconds. Well done to Harlow Pate, who already broken the record earlier today. Now claims the gold medal. Speaking of record breakers, this is the one that plenty here today have had an eye on. It's the 200-metre final. And previously the record, it stood since 2006, set by Alex Jollo. It has been broken by Lachlan Chappell, who will be running out of lane 6. His preliminary result, 24.36. He shaved 0.07 seconds off of the previous record, so he is the new holder already. And he's looking to follow in the footsteps of Harlow Pate, having set a record in the preliminaries and then claiming gold. He'd love to emulate that feat. They line up as follows, of course, once more with no lane 5 being utilised. It's Truhella, Hagku, Bragiacomo, Spadaro, Chappell, Kamara, Taunau, and Sawyer. So much anticipation about the work of that man right in the middle of your screen with the pink socks and the pink boots. Lachlan Chappell, he already owns the record for the boys under 10s. Set that last year at a time of 26.03. And in his preliminary run leading into this final, he set the new record once more here. It stood for 18 years, but now it belongs to Lachlan Chappell. Time 24.36. He would love to add a gold medal. That record-breaking run just a little earlier today. His biggest competitor could also be from the same state, from New South Wales, Benjamin Spadaro. There's a little gap between Chappell and Spadaro there you can see on the screen, with lane 5 unoccupied. Spadaro with his preliminary time coming in at 25.83, just ahead of Geba Kamara for Queensland, who is the other side of Lachlan Chappell, 25.95. And Taunau also thereabouts, 25.65. So in terms of those preliminary times, Chappell, Spadaro, Taunau, and Kamara just fractionally behind those top three. Going through their final warm-ups here, the final adjustments. One is due to get underway at 2:23, so in less than a minute's time. Back to the mark they go now. More time will take you through the final field here. Hella out of lane 1, Adku out of lane 2, Fragiacomo lane 3, Spadaro from lane 4, Chappell from lane 6, Kamara from lane 7, Townau from lane 8, and Jack Sawyer out of lane 9. Having the final clearance from the marshals. Step up onto the blocks now. Lachlan Chappell there in the pink socks and the pink boots. Already with the record now to his name. He broke it earlier today in the preliminary heat. 24.36. It stood for 18 years. Now he is looking to add a gold medal to a very solid day's work. Up onto the blocks they go. Set. Racing, good start across the board. Kamara got away well, so too did Chappell though, who starts to wind through the gears and really set sail. Chappell looking strong, heads in front, around the turn. It's Chappell, and then a bit of daylight for second. He's out in front by a good 6 metres. That margin is only increasing. Chappell with gold beckoning. Kamara holding firm for silver. Kamara will hold on. Spadaro in at third. 24.22. He breaks his own record that he set a little earlier today, a record that had stood for 18 years. He took it down to 24.36. Now you can make it 24.22. What a day Lachlan Chappell is having. 2 records in this discipline, and now the gold medal as well. What a run from Lachlan Chappell. Sure you keep track of that name. I'm sure we'll see him in Brisbane in 2032 for the Olympic Games. Here it is again, the replay coming around that final bend. Nobody was going to catch Lachlan Chappell, continuing to power forward.
In third place,
Such an athletic build,
Liam
great
Neville.
technique. Let's take a look at the gap here between a very quick field and Lachlan Chappell. It's close to 10 metres.
In second
Kamara
place,
had an
Lex
excellent run.
Major from Queensland.
He was the
Leeds from
fastest
Queensland as
qualifier
well.
in the preliminaries, but put in his
From
best
New South
showing
Wales in first
of the
place,
tournament thus far
Suliasi
in the
Tuipalutu.
final. Heading across for the silver, and Benjamin Spadaro, who was the second quickest.
Congratulations,
in the
boys.
preliminaries. He came through in third and will claim the bronze. Lachlan Chappell. It almost seems unfair. Doesn't matter what sport, what pursuit he lends his abilities to, he just causes chaos, whether it's discus, shot put, 100, 200, you name it. There's the official time. It's even quicker. 24.21, the final time for the new record. In the process, shaving off 0.22 of a second. That might not seem like much, but that is huge, especially when it's been around for nearly 2 decades. And Lachlan Chappell now is the record holder for the under-10s and under-11s. And I dare say, when we see him back here next year, the under-12s might go his way as well. Let's now move to event 16, the girls under-11s 200-metre final. They line up as follows. Out of lane 1, Yvelle Moa. Lane 2, Lana Bosic. Lane 3, Charlotte Darmanin. Lane 4, Malia Gaffer. Lane 6, Aya Tenko. Lane 7, Amber Livingston. Lane 8, Ava Juk. And lane 9, Anna Xu. So Maya Tanko, likely the one to watch here. She has the fastest time from the preliminaries, 26.12. She's already claimed the 100, I believe. Have to add another gold medal to her tally. Up onto the blocks they go now. Maya Tanko, New South Wales, in the blue two-piece with the orange socks and boots. Set. Have to recalibrate things just a touch here. The likely closest competitor, but that's probably going to be Anna Xu from out wide for Queensland. Also Amber Livingston, very quick. And Bosic, though, don't discount her. They're all sub 27 second times. Second the quickest is Maya Tanko. set once more. Racing, good start here from Livingston. A little bit better.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the middle starts. The result for the Blues 11 years
starts to
shot.
accelerate.
Third place, Justice Saul from
She
Queensland.
goes by a few metres. Also pushing hard is Juke.
Second place, Archie
back in
Gilbert
the
from
second.
Tasmania.
Tanko in front by about 3 or 4 metres. Juke coming hard, looking to put a bit of pressure there on both Shu and Livingston, but Tanko is going to claim this one. It's gold for Tanko. Shu finishing strongly from out wide will claim silver.
And in first
Livingston
place,
holds off
Lachlan
the
Chappell
advances
from
of
New
Juke
South Wales.
to claim bronze.
Congratulations, boys.
What a day she's had, though. Maya Tanko, 26.34. It's just outside of record-breaking time. And it's a little bit slower than her preliminary result, but gee, she can motor. Maya Tanko, another gold medal for what's been a very, very strong tournament for her. Here it is again on the replay. Tanko, perhaps a little bit sluggish for her standards from the blocks, but she made up that ground very quickly. Livingston probably jumped the best of the lot. She ended up finishing in third, just ahead of Juke. Here is Tanko getting across. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe Livingston's been pipped at the post here. Oh no, I think she still gets there just in front of Lana Bozic. Bozic had a really late push there from lane 3. Maya Tanko and Lachlan Chappell, you'd have to say those are the two most outstanding performers this tournament so far. Might have been an issue here because now we're just seeing Juke start to celebrate at and Livingston. She's fortunately a few tears there. I think she's been disqualified, Amber Livingston. I'm not sure why, but based on that reaction, Jupe has been promoted up into third, so she might have even bested Bozic, or is that Bozic there? My apologies. That might actually be Bozic. Wow, so they've called it as a dead heat, but Bozic just slightly in front. So this must have been a photo finish with Lana Bozic just poking her nose in front. It looked like Livingston initially, so my apologies, she hasn't been disqualified. It's come down to a photo finish, and Bozic has just snuck her nose in front of Amber Livingston for third. So a massive result there. Bronze goes the way of Lana Bozic. Anna Shu for the silver, and Maya Tanko, of course, with the gold. Two more events here in the 200-metre discipline. This is the boys under 12s final. The record set all the way back in 2008 by Bright Appiah. Now a scorchingly quick time of 23.55. For reference, there's not a single runner here who is sub 24 seconds. Anton Cafadar at 24.23 and Jack Spencer at 24.91. They're the closest. Cafadar has already claimed gold in the 100. Our lineup is Solomon, Westcott, Richardson, Lukey, Cafadar, Spencer, Shaw and Sekmani. Off they go now. Cafadar started really well, so too did Spencer, but Cafadar already starting to work through the gears. Now he's neck and neck with Spencer and beginning to overtake with that inside running lane as they round the bend into the home straight. Cafadar looking really good, starting to pull away from them. Oh, Spencer's coming back a touch though. Now here comes an effort from Shaw out wide. Cafadar's going to claim it. Spencer might get pipped at the post. Oh, it's very tight. Shaw came home like a house on fire. Cafadar well and truly claims gold in 24.28. It's a great run from Cafadar. But we might have to have a closer look here. Shaw was very, very close to just stealing that at the line from Jack Spencer. Here it is on the replay. Cafadar coming around the turn onto the home straight. Look at the work here of Spencer. Great strike, but then Shaw just eats up the meters, closes the gap, finishes so quickly. Oh yeah, we're going to have another look at that one. That is as tight as it gets, right at the line. This is like looking at Bozic once more. And yes, Samuel Shaw has done enough right on the line. by 0.01 of a second. So it's Anton Cafadar gold, Samuel Shaw silver, and Jack Spencer for the bronze. It doesn't get much tighter than that. Let's watch it again. Anton Cafadar. There was little doubt he would claim it based on the form he's been in across the 100 and 200 throughout not only the final for the 100 but the preliminaries and the heats for the 200. But look at this finish here from Shaw, who just set sail in the final 50. A lovely little dive, and that's all it is. It's the difference between silver and bronze. That little tilt at the head. Spencer was more upright.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention
Shaw
to the
just
medal
diving
start.
at the line, and it
The boys'
produced the
10
result.
years, 200
Let's go to
metres
the
final
podium.
result. Third place, Hudson McGregor, New South Wales. In second place, Ryder Pereso from Victoria. And in first place, Ricky Spiropoulos from New South Wales. Congratulations, boys.
Just seeing there the medal presentation for the under 10 boys 200 metre final. Ricky Spiropoulos claiming the gold. As we now move to our final 200 metre final here, the girls under 12s division. Let's take you through the lineup here. Of course, lane 5 once more not occupied. Frankie Hyde from Victoria out of lane 1. Sandra Deary out of lane 2 for New South Wales. At lane 3, Lila Hiskins from Victoria. Lane 4, Ariana Di Martino from Victoria. Lane 6, Capri Vincent from Queensland. Lane 7, Kaylee Crute from Queensland. Lane 8, Chelsea Wright from New South Wales. And lane 9, Mayara Ahoy from Queensland. Now, Capri Vincent has been electric in her performances throughout this tournament. She has the quickest preliminary time out of lane 6, 25.6. But this is a very tight field, probably the tightest we've seen across the board. Crute, her Queensland teammate, just 0.3 of a second behind her in preliminaries. And Di Martino even tighter, 0.17. They're off and running now. Vincent made a pretty good start. So too did Hiskins and Di Martino. But Vincent out in front at the moment as they round this turn. Crute also looking really good though. Vincent under pressure here. Ahoy from out wide has also really found the gears. This is going to be tight. Vincent now squeezes in front by about 3 or 4 metres. Vincent will claim it. Ahoy looking really strong for second. Oh, it's tight with Di Martino. But I think Ahoy might have just got in front of Di Martino. What a great run from Mayara Ahoy. In terms of the preliminary time, she was a little bit back in the pack, but that's a terrific run. Vincent, it took a little while for her to get going. It wasn't until this home straight that she really started to pull away. They were all very close leading up to that point. But Di Martino back on the inside. We're watching between her and Ahoy for second. So it is confirmed there. It's very tight, but it is Mayara Ahoy who did enough to hold off the work there of Di Martino. Congratulations to Mayara. Capri Vincent in at first with the gold medal, 25.07. And for that matter, congratulations to Capri Vincent. That's a new record as well. So 16 years that one has been sitting for. It's another long-standing one that goes by the wayside here for Capri Vincent. What an outstanding run that is. 25.07 the final time. 25.16 was the previous record set by Terry Ann Kane back in 2008. But Capri Vincent, 25.07, and she had to be on a bike there. It was a very competitive field. As we now take you down to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medal dice. The result for the 10 years girls 200 metres. Third place, Mia Brown, New South Wales. Second place, Nicole Shee from New South Wales. And in first place in record time, Harlow Putty from New South Wales. Congratulations, girls, well done.
Of course, Harlow also setting a record there. He'd already broken it earlier today, though. That's worth pointing out, 26.39. So, which was standing since 2016. Also fallen, and geez, we've seen a fair few of them. So Harlow, I say there, that record in the girls under 10s. Lachlan Chappell with the record in the boys under 11s. And then we've just seen Capri Vincent in the girls under 12s also setting a new record. So 3 of the available 6 have all been bested here today. I dare say there'll be no queries surrounding wind assistance. There's a little bit of a breeze floating about. It's certainly not particularly strong, and of course this 200-metre discipline, it's not a straight line, so we can't even really claim that. Well done. 3 new records across the board. Capri Vincent, Harlow Pate, and also Lachlan Chappell. Have a bit of a break now. We do have our relays coming up just around the corner, so that's...
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals dice.
Great opportunity to have a
the result for the boys 11-year-olds 200 metres. In third place, Benjamin Spadaro from New South Wales.
Division, Benjamin Spadaro claiming third.
In second place, Jiba Kamara from Queensland. And in first place, in record time again, Lachlan Chappell. A new record. Well done, Lachlan. Congratulations, boys. Well done.
Once more, congratulations to Lachlan Chappell, another record and another gold medal to his name. We'll continue showcasing all of the podium presentations here, but our next race is due around about 3 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals dice. The result for the girls 11-year-olds 200 metres. In third place, Lana Bozic from New South Wales. In second place, Anna Shue from Queensland. And in first place, Maya Tanko from New South Wales. Congratulations, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medal dies. The result for the girls, 200 metres. In third place, Ariana Di Martino from Victoria. In second place, Mayara Ahoy from Queensland. And in first place, setting a new record, Capri Vincent from Queensland. Congratulations, girls.
Only a couple of them left.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medal dice. The results, the boys, 200 metres. In third place, Jack Spencer from New South Wales. In second place, Samuel Shaw from Queensland. And in first place, Anton Kafadar from ACT. Congratulations, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the medals dice. The results for the girls 10 years long jump multi-class. In third place, Tabitha Smethurst from New South Wales. And Tabitha set a new record. Ava Keys from New South Wales. Second place, Ava Keys. And in first place, Sophia Logday from New South Wales, who also set a record, so well done. Congratulations, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the medals dais. The results for the girls' 11 years long jump multi-class. In third place, Essie McChrystal from Queensland. In second place, Lexi Cornwell from New South Wales. And in first place, Sienna Compton, New South Wales. Congratulations, well done girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals dais. The results for the girls' 12 years multi-class long jump. In third place, Crystal Gill from New South Wales. In second place, Leilana Northey from New South Wales. And in first place, Lily Berry from Queensland. Congratulations, well done girls.
Oh, what was it yesterday? 1200. When they do 4 laps.
Welcome back to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships, brought to you by Sports Filming Solutions. Event 51 now, the boys 10-year-old division 800 metre sprint medley. So relay action for you. Line up as follows: Victoria out of lane 2, the ACT in lane 3, lane 4 is Queensland, the Northern Territory in lane 6, South Australia, lane 7, Tasmania, lane 8, and New South Wales starting from out wide in lane 9. So the record set back in 2018 by Victoria, 1 minute 54.14 seconds. So 2 laps around. Now change over at the 200 metre mark. Of course, the second change will be back towards this start line itself. So we'll see
800 metres, but
coming up on the side of the track here. Races to close out.
Not
Day 3
divisible
for
by
you.
3.
There is, of course, one final day of action on the Monday, but in terms of the bulk of the major, disciplines will be wrapped up today. I don't believe we have a stream coming to you on Monday. I'll check with that once we have a chance, but I'm sure this is how we'll wrap up things in terms of School Sport Australia TV. Been enjoying all the pictures over the past few days. Due to commence at 3 o'clock, so final checks now with our runners placing blocks their starting positions. The baton exchange all important here. Seen a number of teams come undone throughout the past few days. Awkward exchanges. As well for the ACT, their blocks in order. Attending things there. So a huge thank you to Strutties, our major sponsor, 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. Don't forget, if you don't get the action here live, you can always head back and if it is available on School Sport TV.
But did anyone clarify the distance here?
It's picked up once again here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. You might not be able to see it on your screen, but drizzle down. Miserable old weekend across New South Wales.
Is this new just to this, or is it is this a real event? Or just
Final checks from the marshals. Just recapping that lane order: Victoria in lane 2, the ACT lane 3, Queensland lane 4, Northern Territory lane 6, South Australia lane 7, Tasmania lane 8, and New South Wales in at lane 9. This is the boys under 10s 800 metre sprint medley. Previous record at 154.14, set back in 2018 by Victoria. The marshals up on the signalling area as of yet. The gun will go off. And making the movement there. So we are due to get underway any moment now. And the crowd well and truly behind this great group of athletes. The 800-metre sprint medley about to get underway. We've got 8 in total. Starts here with the boys under 10. Comes up from the marshals, cleared through. The crowd picks up. Onto the blocks. It's still the false dawn here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. This one has had an awfully long build-up. Imagine the nerves that are going through these athletes at the moment.
Could we have
They were ready to get
quiet, please,
underway
for the start of all
3 minutes
races?
ago. They actually called for quiet here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. That's surprising. It's not a game of tennis. To the mark they go once more. Set. Racing, good start made here, especially from the ACT, who got out of the blocks firing. The New South Wales from that wide position also looking pretty good. So 200 metres per athlete. Take a look at the pace here from South Australia though. Up in front they go of the Northern Territory. They are flying out wide. In fact, that might be the NT. Yes, it is. It is the Northern Territory who are really looking good to begin with. The first change comes here for New South Wales, who are in front, followed by the Northern Territory, Tasmania, also with a pretty decent start. And now they really start to set sail as well. New South Wales in front by about 15 metres though. After the first change and into the front straight on lap 1. Then South Australia in at second. Now a good press coming from Victoria. Up into third they go. And it's a combination of the Northern Territory and New South Wales in there from lane 6. So they'll now make the change. Victoria gaining ground here on New South Wales at the second change. One final one to come up after this one. Victoria with that inside running lane. Now starting to chew up the metres. They take the lead. There goes the change. One final one to come here. Away they race now. Victoria looking very strong. The ACT also marching forward. Geez, they've really left them in the dust now. They'll come around this final bend into the home straight. The record at 154. Pressure here on Victoria. Take a look at the move from New South Wales around the outside. It's very strong into the home straight. New South Wales pulling away by 5 metres. They're not closing the gap, Victoria. It's going to be a New South Wales victory, and it's going to be a new record. 153.08. They shaved off a second. Great run too from South Australia in at third. Victoria, of course, into second. Queensland then in fourth. The ACT and a combined Northern Territory and New South Wales getting across. Tasmania will bring up the rear.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the medals dice.
153.08
Result of the girls' 11 years
is
discus.
a new record.
In third place,
Victoria held
Ruby
it
Teresi from
2018
Queensland.
154.14 as we head down to the podium.
In second place, Mayo Twentyman for New South Wales. And in first place, Nina Beattie from Queensland. Congratulations, girls. Well done.
Here it is again on the replay. A great final stint from New South Wales. There's a lot of work to be done. Victoria actually led at the change. Getting across there just in time to set a new record as well. It's good for 6 years. And now shifts from the hands of Victoria into New South Wales. Be prepared to get underway for our next 800-metre sprint medley. This time the girls under 10 division. Getting up into their locations now. This is how they line up. Victoria set to be from lane 4. So what you've seen pop up on the screen, I think that's a incorrect graphic. That might have been the previous race we had there. Now set to line up with New South Wales out of lane 2, the ACT from lane 3, Victoria lane 4. Once more that combination of the Northern Territory and New South Wales. Lane 6 of those far northern locations.
Could I please have a Tasmanian official come down to the finish line, please? A Tasmanian official.
Tasmania in 7, Queensland in 8, and South Australia out of lane 9. So New South Wales, the ACT, Victoria, NT, Tasmania, Queensland, and South Australia. No runner out of lane 5 and also lane 1. Bit of noise here as well for South Australia. And by the side of the track, they were very happy with their 3rd place. That previous relay. Got a few logistical issues with the setup here. It's been running like a well-oiled machine all throughout the day, but it's starting to fall apart at the seams towards the end here. A lot of moving parts though as we approach these final few events for our last major day of competition. Of course, still some more action on Monday. I believe there won't be a stream coming your way, so if you are looking to catch up on the action, you'll have to make your way directly to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics. And speaking to the admin staff downstairs, they called it the Fun Day. The marshal's just moving the starter gun platform. Place that now directly in line with the finishing line. All of our first leg athletes are on the correct spot now. Still light showers coming down at the Olympic Park Athletics Centre, and the temperature is actually a very pleasant one for the athletes out there. They won't really be enjoying the wet weather too much, but temperature-wise, 24. Certainly a lot more palatable than the high 30s that we were seeing across the weekend. It is set to get quite warm again. Start of next week, 32 degrees on the Monday. Looks like they are finally ready to get underway here, the track officials. South Wales with that inside running lane out wide. It is South Australia. The seed times available for these 800-metre sprint medleys. Just a reminder, if you are looking for any results throughout today, head across to athleticsnsw.anet.live. Take a look at all of the different results there. Taking a little look here at the 800-metre combined girls under 12s. It might have actually been Zara Smith in the end who did shift from her lane into lane 5, I believe it was. So it was Smith, Hyde, then Valerie pick up Portia Miller also there. Set now. Racing, good start made across the board. South Australia With a nice clearance here of Queensland. They started very strongly out wide. New South Wales in pursuit of the ACT and starting to bridge that gap from the inside running lanes. This first change will give us a good indication of who's in front, but South Australia have made a real good fist of things here. The Northern Territory just falling back a touch. Tasmania also with a pretty strong start here. Now the exchange happens. It's not South Australia, it looks to be Queensland who might be just in front at the moment. Oh, they had a little bit of a bobble there with the changeover of the baton, so South Australia took full advantage, and now they do head back into the lead. Onto the front straight here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre on lap number 1. It's South Australia, followed by Queensland. New South Wales have come back into the picture. The Northern Territory / New South Wales up in third at the moment. Victoria also thereabouts. The New South Wales, they've made up a whole heap of ground here. Oh, the change has gone wrong though for New South Wales. The next runner left a little bit too early, and as a result, they were running out of steam, but now they get on the correct course. And New South Wales, take a look at this exchange. A massive stint here. That really puts them in the right stead. New South Wales now with a margin of about 15 metres, and they're all in pursuit. It's the home state looking strong. The ACT up in second. Now South Australia on the move for. They overtake about 3 other states and territories up into second. But New South Wales have a gap of around about 15 metres. South Australia has now dropped back into third. Victoria coming strongly as well. Queensland now pushing for third. New South Wales, there's enough gas in the tank. They will take first. Second here looks to be falling for Victoria, but Queensland coming hard at South Australia. That's where the main action is. In at third, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland getting in front of South Australia just in the nick of time. Then the Northern Territory, followed by the ACT, and finally Tasmania. It's 2 minutes flat. It's not a new record. Once more, it's victory for New South Wales, back to back here. The under-10 boys are now girls. Here it is again on the replay, New South Wales. It was that second last runner that really turned the tide for them. They had the changeover, and it was a pretty tight affair from there, but she just took off. Opened up a nice gap, and then it was quality work to close out with the final leg, ensuring that gold was on the agenda.
We have a New South Wales manager to the finish line, please.
There might be a bit of a concern here for New South Wales. The management has just been called, and some of the girls by the track there, you might have seen it, put the hands to the head. Hopefully there's nothing that's going to be undone here for the New South Welshmen. Here for event 53. Queensland are celebrating. Here it is. There might have been an issue for New South Wales, maybe even what's there? Is it potentially stepping outside of the track? Is that the issue that's...
Wales, New South Wales team manager to the finish line, please.
Still calling for the New South Wales team manager. So this might not be done as of yet. Now, if that's the case, Victoria would be elevated into the gold medal position. Queensland and South Australia battled it out for third in the outset, but there's a little bit of a concern here for New South Wales. You can see the stress on some of the faces of the girls here from the relay team for New South Wales. They're not sure either. This was the final leg for New South Wales. It was a strong one. Proved as the race went on. Now they do head to the side, so we'll find out soon enough. That's the simple thing. Know the podium is coming up. Stays the way that it finished in terms of across the line. Will be New South Wales run-out victors. Got a look here at some of the Latin exchanges. I can't really see too much wrong here with the efforts of New South Wales. The only thing I can think of is potentially there was a foot that went outside the track here, which also doesn't seem to be the case. The exchange also looks good. So it's an intriguing one. I'm not going to try and fill in the gaps for you. Not part of the administration staff here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. They'll have a better idea than I will. But there's still a concern for New South Wales. We'll leave that there for now because our next event is about to get underway. But it might not be a done thing here for New South Wales. But event 53 is about to get underway. It's the boys under 11s 800 metre sprint medley. They line up as follows. The ACT in lane 2, New South Wales in lane 3, South Australia lane 4, lane 6 is a combination of the Northern Territory and New South Wales. Lane 7, Victoria, and lane 8 is Queensland. Up onto the blocks they go now. This 11's fixture. You'd imagine that Lockie Chappell will be involved in this one yet again here for New South Wales, unless he's decided to tap out early after a very successful tournament. Set.
To explain the rules.
Racing, good start across the board here. Queensland got away very quickly. Already opening up a large gap here of about 10 metres. Well, they've had a little look there thinking there was an exchange, and that's cost Queensland a touch. Victoria seizing on the opportunity have closed the gap down to about 7 or 8 metres. It was out to 15 though. So Queensland, we'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Now finally they get the exchange working, but Victoria make it first. So yes, it certainly has cost them a touch here, Queensland. And with the slight inside running, Victoria are in the box seat to apply the pressure. Queensland still in front as it stands though. Onto the front straight at Sydney Olympic Park on lap number 1. It's a gap of about 10 metres. Victoria in at second, New South Wales in at third. The Northern Territory just back behind them in at fourth. South Australia making the change. The ACT will now get in front of the Northern Territory. So there's a fair bit of work to do here. Queensland still out in front. New South Wales popping up into second. Victoria back in third. Change is made. Last one now. And New South Wales, they're reading up the turf here. The margin closing on Queensland. This is going to come down to the wire. Look at the efforts here too of Victoria though, who are now storming on that back straight. They've closed the gap between themselves and second place New South Wales to about 5 metres. This is going to be tight on the home straight, and the crowd is rising as a result. 70 to go. New South Wales trying to bridge the gap. Victoria have caught up to them though and overtaking. Here comes Victoria with Queensland in their sights. The margin down to 5, pushing hard all the way to the line. Queensland, can they hang on? Oh, Victoria. If it was an extra 2 metres, they would have got there. What an inspired last leg from Victoria. Queensland were running on fumes. The scent of an oily rag. And they nearly got pipped at the post, but Queensland will claim it, followed by Victoria and then New South Wales. Here it is again on the replay. There was almost nothing left in the tank. Victoria set sail down the home straight. You'll see it in great detail here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Look
I'll
at
draw your
the speed from
attention. And in first place, set a new record, New South Wales.
Of course, that record
Congratulations,
for
boys.
New South Wales, 1 minute 53.08 seconds. shaving more than a second off the previous record, which was set by Victoria back in 2018. Great work here from the team, and also taking a bite out of the medal. Why not? That's how we prove it's not Easter and a chocolate. So enjoy that moment. That photo will live long for them. South Australia, a great result too. They were ecstatic with their third place finish. Now, of course, we are still waiting on the final result for the girls under 10s. There was potentially an issue for New South Wales, and with the podium placements coming up for the under 10 girls after this race, we'll have all the information we need once we get to that presentation. But for now, let's move across here to the girls under 11s 800 metre sprint medley, and they line up as follows. Tasmania in the 2, Victoria in 3, South Australia in 4, Queensland in 6, New South Wales in 7, and the Australian Capital Territory in lane 8. Preparing to get underway here for event 54, the girls under 11s 800 metre sprint medley. Record set back in 2022 by New South Wales. Team of Giaco Petit, Wood, Marcella and McWilliams with a time of 152.91, which is very, very quick work. Final clearance here from our track marshal. Up onto the blocks they go now. Racing. Good start made out wide from the ACT. Also pushing strongly as New South Wales. We're looking to close that gap a touch, and they are doing so gradually. Started at around about 5 metres, now down to around 3. So pretty tight between the top two. Queensland then about 10 or 15 metres back. And then Victoria overtaking South Australia up into 4th. Change about to occur here. New South Wales get it first, just in front of the ACT, and now start to really put on the afterburners. In front they go, a massive second leg to begin things here for New South Wales. They open up a very large gap now, the ACT falling behind. About 10 metres in front, make it 15 now for New South Wales, and by the time this change comes, they will be well and truly established as front runners. Pretty smooth exchange as well. Victoria pop up into second, and they have the inside running. This will get tighter and tighter. Queensland up into 3rd, the ACT back to 4th, Tasmania now in at 5th. South Australia bringing up the rear. Final change made. Good meters here from Victoria, who start to push in front. Oh, Victoria, what a great last leg. This is turning out to be New South Wales falling back into second. Around about 200 metres to go in this one. Queensland still a fair bit off the pace. 15 metres back from second. in at third. It's McWilliams who's going to bring it home here for New South Wales, and she is very quick. She's closed the gap a touch as well. It's down to 5 metres. It'll come down to the final 50 here. Victoria, I think there's enough in the tank. McWilliams is very quick though. She's gaining very quickly, but Victoria will hang on and get across the line in 1:54. New South Wales second, Queensland third, the ACT in fourth, South Australia, a nice comeback in the last couple of legs into fifth, and Tasmania crossing the line in sixth.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the medals
Who's had a
dice.
massive tournament. Might have just been able to
The
pull it out of
results
the
for the
fire,
girls
but
10 years,
Victoria
800
had
sprint
done enough in the
medley.
previous two
In
legs.
third place, South Australia.
And having a look at the podium, I think there is an issue here. So it looks like New South Wales have been disqualified.
In second place, Queensland. And in first place, Victoria.
So there you have it,
Congratulations,
confirmation
girls.
in the girls under 10s 800 metre sprint medley. New South Wales, who did get across the line first with a time of 2 minutes flat, they have been disqualified. So I'll point this out. We don't have direct communication with the marshals and official staff here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre and those looking after all the results here at School Sport Australia. But something has happened within that relay. The managers for New South Wales were called trackside immediately after that race had concluded. There was a little bit of a reaction from the New South Wales team, and based on that podium finish there, they have obviously been disqualified, which has resulted in Victoria claiming gold, Queensland claiming silver, and South Australia claiming bronze. What you're now seeing on screen, that was the previous race, the girls under 11 800 metre sprint medley, with Victoria in at first, South Wales in at second, and then Queensland in at third. If you want to check any of the results, the best way to do so, head to athleticsnsw.anet.my. Once more, I believe this is the race where New South Wales was disqualified. We're still trying to just figure out exactly why that was. As I mentioned, we don't have direct communication with the officials here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, so the broadcast is a little bit separate from things. At some point within this four-woman relay, there is an issue that has been the undoing of New South Wales. Potentially it might have been a case of stepping outside of the track. As you can see here on this run, it seems all right. So really something has happened. There's always the opportunity to make an appeal. That process would have already taken place. They do work very quickly here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, so whatever it was, it must have been something that you can't overturn. It must have been clear evidence.
I draw your attention to the medal
Now head
dice.
down to the podium.
The results for the girls 11 years 800 metres sprint. In third place, Queensland. In second place, New South Wales. And in first place in the 800 sprint medley for the 11 years girls, Victoria. Congratulations, girls.
It's been a very successful few relays here for Victoria. Gold medal Anita Vitali. New South Wales nearly picked the map post through McWilliams, who finished off with that final stint. Now we move to our multi-class medley division. Instead of the boys, 10 to 12 800 metre sprint medley. That will have the boys under 12s 800 sprint medley. The girls 10 to 12 800 sprint medley multi-class will wrap things up just before 4 p.m. The girls under 12s 800 sprint medley. But this is how they line up. Just the 4 teams represented. A combined outfit here of New South Wales and Queensland, so state of origin apparently means nothing anymore. Queensland still running from a solo position out of lane 4. New South Wales solo position in lane 6. Victoria out of lane 8. Once more with the multi-class itself, it is not necessarily first past the post. You still have to apply a series of percentages, and given there are 4 athletes per team, there's going to be a whole lot of calculations going on. So I'm not going to hazard a guess at who's going to come away with the overall victory here. Once more, the best way to find out those results outside of the podium itself, which we are bringing to you as those happen live here on Sport Australia TV. Sport Australia TV. To check all the details via the website Athletics NSW as one word, athleticsnsw.anet.live. Just awaiting this one to get underway. It was, I should say, due to commence 5 minutes ago. So we are running well and truly behind schedule now. The boys 10 to 12 800 metres sprint medley multi-class. Combined team of New South Wales and Queensland. It's Hanson, Gonzalez, Capote, Blackmore and Edgehill. That's not necessarily the order here. I believe that is Hanson who will start here for that combined New South Wales and Queensland team. For Queensland themselves, it's Nettle, Cameron, Crawford and Gillum. Gillum, of course, will be running with an assistant. In the multi-class abilities division. New South Wales running with Middleton, Wilhite, Wan and Wilson. Victoria, a combination of Mills, Brand, Beattie and Zamora. So onto the mark they go now and off and running. Good start made across the board here. Wide, utilising the wheelchair. That's Victoria to begin with. I believe that is Mills with the start, and now New South Wales in front at the moment. Of course, that all means very little in the grand scheme of things. The percentages still need to be applied to each team, each different ability. New South Wales making a good start of things here. The exchange occurs. So the second leg getting underway now for this boys 10 to 12 800-metre multi-class sprint medley. Queensland now getting the exchange also. The combined team of New South Wales and Queensland, well, they're having a few issues there with the exchange. The two were actually having a conversation before releasing the baton. South Wales still out in front at the moment though, by around about a 15-metre margin. They're extending that out to 20 metres now. Queensland in at second. And the combined team of New South Wales and Queensland have certainly made up a fair bit of ground here too. Victoria currently in at third. The applause rings out at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Queensland should get the exchange here before New South Wales. They have certainly made up the ground. There's the tag. And another tag coming here for New South Wales. So they're not running with the baton itself. The exchange is simply a tap of the hand and away they go. There it is for Victoria. As yet another exchange occurs here for Queensland. Now this should be Gillum to close things out. South Wales now working very strongly, gaining ground here on Queensland. So this will be tight towards the end, but Gillum seems to have responded. South Wales can't quite close the gap as it stands. Now I believe it might be Wilson out there for New South Wales, who's still in hot pursuit. He's going to have to take the wide route to try and get around the work here of Queensland, who are still pressing hard all the way, but New South Wales are coming for them. This is going to go right down to the wire. New South Wales with about 5 metres to go, squeezing their nose in front. Oh, Queensland can't believe it. The assistant himself was shocked. I think he turned to Gillum and said, "What's happened? Where did New South Wales come from?" And now Victoria also overtaking the combined team of New South Wales and Queensland up into third. Now this is just the preliminary standings. Percentages will still need to be applied before we find out our final result here. What a great final stint from New South Wales. Just to pit Queensland at the post. Here it is again on the replay. Queensland are going hard, but New South Wales just found an extra gear. And I love this. Keep a close eye on the assistant here. He almost looks shocked that there's someone coming. He'll have a little turn to the man he's helping out here. And there you go. He's just pulled up going, "I can't believe it. What's happened?" right at the death. So Queensland in at second. New South Wales crossing the line first. Victoria then in at third, followed by the combined New South Wales and Queensland team. That is our second last multi-class event. This will be our second last open boys event, if you will, the under-12s division. And of course, we'll finish things up with the girls under-12s 800-metre sprint medley. But let's take you through the lineup now for this one. Event 55, boys under-12s 800-metre sprint medley. The record set back in 2022 by Queensland. That was the team comprising of MacArthur, Skinner, Kwan and Van Camp. Record at 143.78. So very smooth time there. They line up as follows. The ACT in lane 2, Tasmania in lane 3, Queensland in lane 4, Victoria in lane 6, the Northern Territory and New South Wales, the combined team in lane 7, New South Wales standalone in lane 8, and South Australia from lane 9. The ACT, they do of course have Kafadar as part of the squad. He's won both the 100 metre and the 200 metre so far, so will be a great asset for the ACT. Camilleri and Sekmani also very strong, so too is Moran. Ekpo was also thereabouts for the Northern Territory. Roberts has had a wonderful campaign as well, so there's some very quick customers across the board. So on the early viewing here, I give the ACT a good opportunity to claim this one. Victoria also very strong.
She's
to Queensland and New South Wales.
My uni.
Northern Territory, New South Wales side. Very much a dark horse.
And a pro. Country a bad name and the uni a bad name. Fuck me.
Just having a look here for the Northern Territory. They don't appear to have their first runner ready to go. The gap certainly have them lined up back towards that second exchange, but there's nobody there on the starting blocks for the Northern Territory. They'll want to get that sorted pretty quickly, otherwise they might even result in disqualification. Here they come now out of the tunnel. They go to lane 7. As I mentioned, it was running quite clockwork initially, but it's been a little bit haphazard thereafter. All in place now and stepping up onto the blocks. Here we go, our third last event of the day. Boys under 12s 800 metre sprint medley with the time for the record from Queensland back in 2022 at 1:43.78. Set. And there was an early start there from New South Wales. They hopped off blocks. Thing to see if a caution is applied here as well. It's a very, very early departure. See it again here. Here's New South Wales, well and truly miles ahead of the gun. Yes, there is the caution raised. Card has gone up from the marshals. I believe for the ACT, that's Anton Kafadar at the first exchange. So if they can start reasonably well here, the ACT.
What's the appeal?
Kafadar will certainly put them in a good position to try and win it thereafter. Back onto the mark they go now. Set. Racing. No issues this time around. New South Wales did get away quite quickly for that matter as well. Already gaining ground on South Australia. Northern Territory being pursued here by Victoria, who are closing the gap a touch. Queensland also picking up some good meterage. The ACT have overtaken Tasmania. This change will be very important. Looks like it's going to be New South Wales who get the first exchange. South Australia just behind them. Kafadar is waiting an absolute age here for the ACT. He finally gets the baton and now starts to set sail. But there's a very big lead established here from both South Australia and New South Wales. But look at Kafadar making up the ground here for the ACT. I think it's going to be a bit too much, though. That exchange took an eternity for the ACT. It'll be South Australia who get the first baton offload into the third leg. They lead. New South Wales had a little bit of a stumble. The ACT have popped up into fifth. Now fourth as they take off with that inside running lane. They're not out of it yet. Queensland also gaining ground. Last change coming here. It's a smooth one for the ACT. Don't count them out just yet, but Queensland take the lead. South Australia pushing up into second. New South Wales falling back into third. Look at Victoria come from the clouds, though. They're going to be a factor around the home straight. They overtake the ACT. Victoria are absolutely flying. Up into third they go. Keep a close eye on Victoria. They're not done with yet. Queensland in front. South Australia about 3 metres behind. Victoria coming home with a wet sail. They close the gap to 7 metres. What a leg this could be. Queensland looking. South Australia looking. Victoria for the line. Queensland get there just in time. It took everything out of them. They'll hit the deck in the process. That's one of the best legs you'll ever see from Victoria, who came from second last to nearly clinching it on the line. And for Queensland, they quite literally threw themselves over the line to get there ahead of a rampant finish from Victoria. You could feel the tension in the grandstand. Goosebumps across the board. Here it is again. Look at Victoria just put the foot down. It was like watching the rest of the field stuck in mud comparatively. A V8 engine roaring down the straight. Queensland, they do a great job in the end here just to keep stretching out just across the line. Victoria into second, South Australia claiming third. For ACT, their big issue was a few of those exchanges. They took an eternity to get the baton turned over. Especially that first change into Kafadar, who was waiting for it. Seemingly in slow motion, but that's a terrific finish to a great race. But taken out by Queensland, followed by Victoria. And of course, South Australia, who I must say have done very well in these sprint medleys. Here it is again. Jeez, it's great to watch this final stint. I'll have a little look online here. Of course, the final order for these runners might have changed, but I believe that may have been Quilty that closed things out for Victoria. Now, he's been terrific throughout this tournament. And just have a little look at the check over the shoulder there from Queensland. You could see South Australia coming, but perhaps didn't know anything about the final efforts here from Victoria until the very end. Came from the clouds, and South Australia was concerned about the efforts there too from Queensland. But I'll tell you what, it's worth it. When you can go home with a gold medal around your neck, you'll take all the bumps, scratches and bruises that the world can throw at you. So we certainly did save one of the best for one of the last. We now head down to the podium for another medal presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the middle dais. The result for the boys 12 years high jump. In third place, Joshua David, Victoria. In second place, Oliver Walters from South Australia. And in first place, Thomas Hunter from Queensland.
So 2 more events to come. The next one with the girls 10 to 12 800-metre sprint medley multi-class. Just the 2 outfits in it. It's Queensland and New South Wales. So a bit of old-fashioned state of origin rivalry for you. all what you're seeing there, we have the girls under 12s 800 after this one. So the multi-class is just Queensland in lane 3 and New South Wales in lane 6. In terms of the makeup of the two teams for Queensland, it's Californos, Berry, Ellington and McChrystal. Now McChrystal's already set a new record so far today. New South Wales, you might cast your mind back. Wellings, unfortunately, was, I believe, disqualified from her efforts. Now, she ran a wonderful time up against her fellow state women, as it would be, Cornwell and Compton, but despite smashing her seed time, I believe she was disqualified in the end, because we only had the gold and silver presented in the field of 3. Once more, we head down to the podium. We'll come back to that podium presentation. They're off and running now for the
Ladies and gentlemen,
girls
I'll draw your
58,
attention to the
10 to
medal
12,
dice.
800 metre sprint medley
Boys
multi-class.
11 years,
Just
800
New South
metres
Wales
sprint
and
medley.
Queensland in this one.
Medley,
New South
sorry.
Wales with a
Third
nice start
place,
here.
New South Wales.
Once more with this multi-class race. Not necessarily first past
Song
the
to come
post.
later.
Percentages are applied to the overall team, and of course with so many different athletes with multiple
In
abilities,
second place, Victoria.
each one of those will have to have an individual percentage applied before the overall team percentage is calculated. So New South Wales have made their first exchange. Queensland are looking to do so reasonably soon. We're also seeing our
And in first
podium
place,
presentation.
Queensland.
Queensland, of course, claiming gold in that previous event. New South Wales approaching their second exchange here. Queensland have already made their first exchange and starting to make up a decent amount of ground here too. It is a big margin though. A smooth exchange here for New South Wales. Into the third leg. Queensland with about 30 more metres until they get their second change here, but they certainly have made up a bit of ground on this second leg. Still a long way to go. New South Wales out in front though. Final change coming up here for the home state at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. I believe this is Ellington, who's now marching forward for Queensland. Good job here to try and rein in that distance that New South Wales have. Well and truly out in front. I believe that's Sienna Compton with baton in hand. Rounding that final turn. Queensland get going here through McChrystal. McChrystal already today has set a record herself, and a PB for that matter. Sienna Compton now onto the home straight at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre in this two-team race between New South Wales and Queensland. A nice bit of interstate rivalry. Sienna Compton with a really good final leg here as well. Quite a strong time actually too at 2:26.48. Compton will cross. So New South Wales are done here. And Queensland now coming around the final turn with McChrystal with baton in hand. Approaching this home straight, I'm sure there'll be a big applause from the crowd here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. And it starts to ring out with only around about 50 metres remaining here for Queensland and McChrystal. And the percentage will still need to be applied. Best way to keep across all the results is athletics.nsw.anet.live as McChrystal crosses in 3:09.67 in this 10 to 12 girls 800 metre sprint medley multi-class event. One final event to come That'll be event
Ladies and
56.
gentlemen, I draw your
Girls
attention
under 10,
to
under
the
12,
middle guys.
800-metre sprint medley as
The
we head back
result
to the
for
podium
the
once more.
10 to 12 years boys multi-class 800 metres medley relay. In third place, a New South Wales Queensland team, third. In second place, Queensland. It's all right. And in first place, New South Wales.
Well, they would. When they were about 100, they wouldn't have a good.
Well done to New South Wales, claiming gold there in the boys 10 to 12 800-metre sprint medley multi-class. One final event for you. The 2024 School Sport Australia Championships at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre on School Sport Australia TV, brought to you by Sports Filming Solutions. And it is event 56, the girls under 12s 800-metre sprint medley. The time to beat in terms of the record set back in 2018 by Tasmania, 1 minute 48.79 seconds. They'll line up as follows.
No, but I thought they wanted it.
Lane 2 will be a combination of the Northern Territory and New South Wales. Lane 3, Victoria. Lane 4, South Australia. Lane 6, the Australian Capital Territory. Lane 7, Queensland. Lane 8, New South Wales. And Lane 9, Tasmania. Should be a great way to finish. Onto the mark now and off and running. Good start made here from Tasmania. Also New South Wales, who are really starting to hit their stride. Good speed here from New South Wales. Gaining ground rapidly on Tasmania. Queensland also with an electric beginning here. Look at the gap that's been made up from Queensland. Out in front they go. They'll certainly get the first change of baton here ahead of New South Wales. So it's an outstanding first leg from Queensland as she starts to run away from them now. In fact, that's Shu, my apologies. New South Wales gaining ground very quickly as well, though. At the moment, a two-horse race, so to speak. Very quick between the two traditional rivals of New South Wales and Queensland. The change is going to be all important. It's very tight. Queensland get it just ahead of New South Wales with a slight inside running. They'll start to press away now. New South Wales coming back strongly though. In front they poke their nose. One final exchange to come. It comes down to this. Victoria have also picked up a fair bit of ground. They're up into third now. South Australia in at fourth. Queensland and New South Wales. The old firm doing battle yet again. New South Wales out in front by 4 or 5 metres. It's going to be tough to pull back from here. And Queensland still pushing hard, but New South Wales are only extending the margin. It's out to 5 metres. Eckstein hoping to reel it in. New South Wales onto the home straight. So too are Queensland. Victoria's coming hard again. New South Wales, though, should be able to hold on. Queensland with a late push. But New South Wales, they're going to do it. And the time, 147.34. They set a new record in the process. Well, it had to be quick the way Queensland were coming for them. And what a way to wrap things up. A record to close out the competition on day 3.
The post-championship meeting today. Please
It stood since 2018 with Tasmania, 148.79. They've shaved nearly a second off that time. New South Wales in at first. Queensland in second. And Victoria,
Could I have a Tasmanian manager?
a very good final two
Tasmanian
legs
manager, hand to the finish line,
coming
please.
in at third.
Tasmanian manager.
New South Wales, very consistent across the board. That first leg from Queensland was tremendous. Really made New South Wales work hard for it, and that's probably why we're seeing that record tumble. Victoria then in at third, South Australia in at fourth, the ACT fifth, and then a very tight finish as well for that combined Northern Territory and New South Wales team, and Tasmania as well. But that'll do us in terms of the action here, trackside at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the 2024 School Sport Australia Championships. A huge thank you to tuning in across the last few days. Hope you've enjoyed all the coverage brought to you by Sports Film Solutions Australia. And of course, Strutty's our major partner. My name is James Preston. Been a pleasure having your company. Hope you've enjoyed all the action. We will see you in 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the medal dice. The result for the 10 to 12 years girls. Could Portia Miller from Victoria please come down to the medals dais? Portia Miller from Victoria. I draw your attention to the medals dais. The result for the girls' 12 years long jump. In third place, Portia Miller from Victoria.
No, she wasn't.
In second place, Mayara Ahoy.
But it was weird, because then on the side, they've got Zara Smith having shit.
And in first place, Sabina Plain from Queensland.
Good to meet you. Good to work with you. See you.
Is there a way I can
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the middle dice. The result for the boys 12, 800 metres sprint medley. In third place, South Australia.
I think mine may be used, but I might have a different one.
In second place, Victoria.
That last
And in first place, Queensland. Congratulations, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the middle dice. The result for the girls 12s, 800 metres sprint medley. In third place, Victoria. In second place, Queensland. And in first place, New South Wales. Congratulations, girls. And that brings an end to today 3. Thank you. Don't forget managers, there's a post-carnival meeting today downstairs. Tomorrow's excursion day.